It's been a few days for your characters after you returned. You managed to get back with, while being severely injured, some of you, it was a success. You had expertly cleared out the Knoll encampment and driven them off from the local area, protecting many of the local towns and freeing up many of Bron's men to at least not be so glued to the mine all the time, though they're still going to stay there for the time being. With that, though, you've also gained a decent modicum of respect from the local people of the mine. Quite happy that someone's doing something to fix this problem. Finally. Now, over the few days, of course, your characters have had a chance to train a little and kind of reflect on the skills. All of you have grown in your own various ways. Moreover, though, some of you have also gone out and spent some time to scout and to otherwise get information. As already noted, as you could already probably seen, Valky, of course, a letter has arrived for you. I won't go through it, but it should be self-explanatory.
Yes, I've seen it, and I assume everyone else can as well, right?
Everyone can see as well.
Yeah.
Though you'll be able to go over it in more detail in the.
Yes, later on. Yeah.
I have not
Just
read
for
the
out of
letter.
player character, but you should read it.
Oh,
It's fine. It's fine.
Stuff.
Speaking later. What is it?
Yeah.
Zed had spent most of the time absent from the rest of you, having travelled around the local region, not being a prime suspect wanted anywhere. For one, he went to go visit the acolytes, who you had rescued from the Knolls, who had been graciously healed up by Sister Fiona, who of course would not leave any of her brothers or sisters in the faith wounded. And that would have also gained some interesting information as well, as I'm sure you've seen off to the side, Izakoa.
Yes, I'm being sneaky, even if I'm not a sneaky person.
Not able to secure your meeting, unfortunately, with the revered mother.
Next time.
Perhaps it might be a future thing, but at this time, unfortunately, Sister Fiona could not get you a meeting with her. As right now, it seems just the capital is way too locked down for her to just write a casual letter for you to go visit. You did, however, get a chance to scout out Fort Giles, sneaking through the location as your combination of your stealthy spells and, well, the fact that you could just turn into a mouse. Useful skills. The fort is actually in better shape than you thought it was from a distance. There's a decent bit of damage to it, but it's nothing that, a decently motivated group of men couldn't at least patch up the wooden barricades to make defensible in a short amount of time. There is an issue in Fort Giles, though. It is slightly infested, as you suspected it might be. It appears goblins have taken up residence there. And apparently goblins who know something about magic, for that matter, as it looks like a couple have very poorly attempted to reanimate some of the previously dead soldiers there.
Oh.
Kind of half lumbering skeletons who are most of them missing several limbs. But skeletons nonetheless, so be on your guard if you do decide to reclaim the location.
Okay.
Now, so I know what Zed was about up to, and because he made it quite clear he had quite a few plans, and Zed spent quite a bit of time traveling. Now, is there anything in particular, even if this is just for flavour, or if it's an actual task you want to do, is there anything the rest of you on the council would have done with your time, though? When you had a couple of days while you're waiting for all your kind of forces to regather, your new men to arrive, Sir Bolton to return. Any questions you would like to get information on, or just personally how your character would have trained over the last couple of days if you don't have anything else?
Would this have been before Theo would have arrived, like in the preceding days before that?
You would have
Or
to, probably on the first day quite reasonably. It's not too far away from the mine.
yeah, I think it's Vix's first chance to basically get to grip with himself and his capabilities. Like, since they've decided to do this, this is the first time he's had some downtime, and so he's kind of reacquainting himself with his body. And I think he'd like to take Theo along, basically, to just show him a few things in the ways of how he works, how he moves, because his Theo's misdirection and his illusions might help him, but in the case that he gets discovered, he needs to know how to move and how to get away. So, and how to hide. So yeah, basically, Vickers is going to train himself, like retrain, I guess, in a sense, while also tutoring Theo, in also in ways of like Scion stuff too. Whatever questions he has, answer.
Something you can do. Theo, as it stands, well, he's managed to get lucky against a couple of gnolls. Mostly that came from the gnolls being quite freaked out by some of them just dropping onto the floor.
Yeah.
Without a clear sign of what happened. He's, obviously speaking, needs some proper training, which you're able to do your best to at least start him on that road. He's got the sneaky part down where he's used to trying to go unseen and can get away with it quite well, actually. Especially as you imagine this will only get better and better as you train him to actually better use his illusions to hide as well.
Yeah.
And right now he's not used to doing much more than just putting up camouflage with them, but still help.
Mm.
Put up an illusionary tree in front of him. Perfect hiding.
Perfect.
Not
In like
the-
an
not
open
the
area.
tree right there where he's standing.
I see.
But he does appreciate you also taking the time to teach him as well. I'll make a note down that you have spent time teaching him, though, because that will be important for later.
Okay. Awesome.
Okay. Would that have been just all Vickers would have done, just spent time teaching and retraining himself?
That's a good question. I think in his downtime between those sessions with Theo and himself, he'd like to basically talk to Braun and how his network of scouts, like how they work in terms of like how do they get messages back to him, like where's the chain of contact and command, just so he has an awareness of it so that like he can use them himself if he needs to and get to grips with it.
Kind of start establishing a bit of your own contacts there, then.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, that's fine. As I said, it's not the most complex structure, given he doesn't have the most number of men under his command at the moment. But he can still run you through it and explain, some of the things they've got, some of the dead drops they've got, and some of the signals they work with.
Yeah, perfect. So he can recognize their way of doing things.
My lord.
Well, following our recent exploits and all that has gone there, he has pretty much secluded himself while awaiting everyone to gather. I don't think I have enough time for it, but he would be similarly. He would try to reflect upon himself, his mission, what he has done so far, and maybe try to actually like contact his guardian angel. I would have picked like the downtime activity, performing sacred rites, or like religious services, which I think is in Sanatar's guide to downtimes. But I think you need to do that for like 10 days before an effect actually kicks in.
Yeah, right now we're not in kind of proper big enough downtime to get.
Yeah.
Any,
But in that case, he would have spent it in mostly quiet contemplation over his general situation, the situation of of the duchy, and he'll do some training and some praying, and just thinking.
I mean, that's perfectly reasonable. Certainly for you in particular, your character's undergone quite a lot of change over the last kind of week.
Yes, a lot has happened.
And at least for once, you're starting to feel that connection rising up that either you used to have, or perhaps you've never really felt strongly before to the spirit, the angel.
Mhm. It has, as far as you remember, like he talked to him when he was younger, and then when he sort of started mostly just carousing and being a party dude, then it sort of fell silent. But he sort of also forgot about it because who cares? Who wants a damn angel like whispering to them all the time anyway, right?
But now things are changing. If it's for better or not, we'll see.
Yes.
And finally, to our court mage then. You've not yet heard back with the letter you sent previously.
That's fine. No, I don't think Chris really has any plans. There's a lot just I don't know. I feel like
You could have just spent the time training herself, as it was, up to our level.
I mean she definitely has a new spell that she's probably spent some time working on, and in turn has improved her resilience to the burning of mana.
Got enough crystals down in the mine now that you can practice with.
Mm-hmm.
As much as it's to Lord Ryden's dismay as you start just snatching them.
You don't need it. Really? Probably. Mostly.
He can't even handle the burn. He has to put it in like an object because he can't handle it.
Yeah.
You're the proper mage here.
Weakling.
After the couple of days, though, things will start to liven up as it seems everyone has returned and everyone's had a chance to kind of rest and gather themselves. And a meeting can be called in a small little off section in the mining community. It's not much, but probably most likely like the upper floor of the foreman's place, since not many people go up there. The poor foreman just kicked out onto the side for now. As all of you can enter in and, well, take witness to your admittedly growing number of people to form the council. Sir Bolton looks a little bit haggard. He's been travelling the last couple of days, though he significantly looks better than he did before, in the sense that now he's actually properly armoured, which makes a change. It's not full plate, which he would prefer, but hey, he's still in heavy armour now, and he's got a shield and proper weapon for himself, so he's looking better. He can also return the King's Halberd.
Hey.
Kind of rude for us, though. But at this moment, everyone can have a quick moment if they wish to. If anyone has anything to bring up first in the meeting, they can. Otherwise, I will go to what one of the others want to say first.
I think Vickers will bring up his stuff later because it's not entirely it's tangential to what is probably the main discussion here. So he'll bring up a bit later. So you wouldn't be first.
Seth would bring up the information about the keep to keep everyone updated on that.
Please go ahead and open us up how you would explain that to everyone. Start the conversation.
He signs. He knows he doesn't like this talking, but well, welcome all, ladies and gentlemen, my liege. As you might have seen, I have been away for a couple of days, doing minor things with the priestesses. You don't have to care about that. More important matter is that I have gone ahead and scouted the keep as for possibility of moving in there. The Fort Giles is a ruined, but in decent condition, with some greasework and manpower, easily fixable. There's a small, how would I say, goblin infestation with undead in the keep. Nothing that we could not be able to deal with. But, you know, if you are interested.
All right.
Other defensible location would be useful if we can go through that effort.
Yes. Amunas nods.
So seems to ponder for a moment. It would also put all of you outside of the Inquisition's watch. I doubt they're looking too far over the border into Duke Salacine's territory. He was the one who funded this, after all. But it's still far enough away from his capital that you probably wouldn't even notice.
All right. Well, that sounds like a sound investment to me, at least.
I think we'll kind of seeing that the talk has turned to that area of the map in general. Do we have a map in front of us, or?
Yep, you would have a crude map rolled out in front of you.
So he'll basically put his finger on the fort, dials the map, and say, "Well, coincidentally, I've received information from my contact about the blood elf that, well, presumably the Inquisition has started this whole thing about." And he kind of drags his finger from the fort down to Vanderheim, as he says, there was a sighting of her meeting a noble, if you could perhaps still call her that, called Lady Mizara Maria. She's currently staying in the Snow Ale Inn in Vanderheim. And so if we want more information, then it would seem prudent to go ask her about, well, her interaction with the Blood Elf.
Is it Wonderheim also the location where the supposed grave robbing happens?
Yes.
Biggest nuts? Yes, very, rather coincidental, perhaps. See, like
I
raises
don't
an
think
eyebrow.
so. I think they're connected.
Well, I agree. I don't know. Amunas have sort of stared at the map, stared out into nothingness for a couple of minutes while the others have been talking. And then he sort of stirs out of his reverie a little bit, looks around, and says, "Well, thank you, Zed and Vicus. Always good information, both of you. I do think we should act upon it. But before we do, I would like to say a few words." He gets up, leaning with a mailed fist like on the table as he gets up, looking over to the others and says, "I think it is only fair that you know mine and my court's intentions. There has been a lot of change, and things are moving quite quickly. And in an effort to be as clear as I possibly can, I would like to take this opportunity, I should say, to perhaps give you a chance to know who you might be working for, so to speak." He holds up the fist. "As you no doubt know at this point, or if you haven't guessed, now I will tell you, I am indeed the fallen and disappeared king." Yes, gasp.
There is a bit of a gasp from the wide-eyed lieutenant.
Mm-hmm. I failed That is the most direct way I can describe it. I failed in my duties to my kingdom and to my subjects, and so I was moved against and attempted to be assassinated. We escaped, and we ended up in a small village out in the middle of nowhere, and under the protection of our gracious host here in Freyfrost. Now, my full intention was at that point to simply drink myself into a stupor for the rest of my life and die. I doubted I would honestly live past the year. It was quite a shock to me. Back then I was indulgent, indolent, and a buffoon, to say the least. I could barely hold a sword. I could barely do anything but to party. And it was indeed my full intention to just drink myself into oblivion. But something happened. I have actually come to realize that I do not want to drink myself into oblivion. I have come to realize that I made a mistake, but that I have been given an incredible opportunity to put things right. He looks at the others. Now, the fall from grace that I endured have left me scarred, and to some of you might think deformed. To all gathered here, I shall now reveal to you what I would call my true self. As he does this, he will activate the Necrotic Shroud, transforming him into this like dark shrouded figure with skeletal wings and all of that stuff. Yes, exactly. Eyes turn into pool of darkness. Two skeletal, ghostly, flightless wings sprout from his back. The instant he transforms, everyone within 10 feet and can see him must do a character shake or be frightened. He will warn everyone, though, not like he will be like, try not to scream. And then he'll,
What? What check?
it is a DC 14 charisma saving throw.
That's a hard throw.
Yeah.
You say DC 14.
DC 14.
Yes.
I'm actually kind of curious how the party reacts to it as well. Ceres is fine. No problem.
Zed is like mine.
I like how both Zed and the lieutenant both get a ship.
They're like, this guy's a monster.
Oh my god.
That doesn't say anything. He was just like shadows, like ooh.
Yeah. Yeah. That's like the darkness just spilling from his eyes, these skeletal wings spreading out around him. This will go on for like a minute. I imagine also when he talks, like his voice is like weirdly distorted, perhaps.
Death metal band.
There's like a Gandalf effect, with with the room growing smaller and more dark around him, sort of. He will let that linger for like a few seconds, and then he'll dismiss it, going back to his old self. And he will say, "It is quite obvious to me that I have indeed fallen, but in that fall, I have found something. I have found a path to redemption. And that, everyone gathered here, is the reason I have chosen to pick up a sword. That is the reason I have trained myself. I have lost the indolent, untrained fat I had just quivering around me, and I am now ready to actually fight for what is mine. Because make no mistake, this kingdom is mine. I am the crowned king. It is mine." He like bangs the fist onto the table, and the the darkness sort of pooling in his eyes, sort of spill out maybe to the side a little bit, just oozing around him as he gets more agitated. And then he draws himself up. But I am now willing to show you that I intend to rule as a ruler should. I have put myself and my associates in harm's way for your benefit. He looks to like the people gathered around there, is not the party. We could have left, and we could have left long ago. And truth be told, you could also have sold us out. But you did not, and I did not leave. This tells me that there is something we can build upon here. I intend the following. I intend to fight for what is right in Freyfrost. I intend to help you seek vengeance on your unjustly killed lord, and to drive out the Inquisition from these lands, and to reestablish you. Who is the older child, by the way? Is Lady Eliza is the regent?
Lady is the only valid heir, officially speaking.
And I intend to support Lady Eliza's claim to the high seat of Freyfrost. The reason for this is simple. I aim higher. My goal is a radiant throne. But to reach there, I need solid allies. It is simple as that. I help you reinstate the just rule of Freyfrost, and in return you will swear fealty to me once more. Not to the false pretender who now sits on the throne, but to me. And under a new banner, we will rise like a phoenix from the ashes and usher in a new, just, and strong era for our kingdom. I will reclaim my radiance. I will reclaim my throne. I have sworn an oath to conquer and destroy all who oppose me in this quest. Now, he reaches out like his fist to the others and says, you, Lady Eliza, Lord Raiden, Sir Bolton, Ron, you have counted upon my service, and I have supplied it as a form of repayment for what you have done in the past for me and my people. But I feel we are now at a crossroads. If you feel in your heart of hearts that what I propose is the right thing to do, then we will proceed to reclaim your duchy for you. If you rather be rid of us, then I swear to you here now that we will leave and we will never come back. You will never see us again, and all the trouble that our presence here might bring you in the future will be gone. It is a gamble, and it is up to you now to make a choice. Join me or refuse. He sits down after this.
Quiet after you say that. The lieutenant looks completely freaked out at the moment. Still kind of shook up from the fear aura.
Oh yeah.
Looking to Bron, who's just completely no-selling this. There's no expression on his face.
I mean, he's a mercenary, of course.
So Bolton seems to be contemplating something as Lord Ryden's kind of looking to his sister with this kind of really worried look. But Lady Eliza will be the first one to really move here. As she will come round from the table and approach towards you. My family have always served the crown of this kingdom. From before our records even begin, and before any records that any of us have been able to track down. The Pride have served as the arm of the kingdom rooting out that which is unjust, and dethroning those who, well, would abuse their power. She stares. She ends up kind of staring at you as you're clearly just reading every bit of body language that she can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not. He's not trying to hide anything here. Like he is absolutely open with these people, simply because he thinks that that is the most expedient way of just sorting this out, right? There could be a lot of like sneaky, stabby, promising stuff here, but no, he is completely honest and completely open with what he desires. Like, you know, he will fight for them. He will lay down his life to try to reclaim Freyfrost for Lady Eliza. In return, he does expect her fealty and the fealty of the duchy. That is the simple rule of the king and his banner houses, right?
Ends up calling out at this point to Eliza, don't do what I think you're going to. As she ended up like uncoupling her sword from her belt. She doesn't use her sword very often, in fairness.
Yeah.
And ends up pulling it out, though not pulling it out in a way to point it at you, but instead grabbing it by the hand, so her hand is actually on the blade. As you see a little bit of blood starting to be drawn by it.
Yes.
As my father did the king's past, and my father's father did the king's past before then. She's actually take a knee before you.
Yes.
I believe your words are true and just, and as long as your word guides true, and you do protect the people, I swear the pride shall serve you. As she kind of shows her bloodied hand as she swears this oath to you.
Yep. Okay. Well, Amonas will take her sword, and then he will like remove his gauntleted fist, and on the other side of the blade, he will also like cut into his hand, so his blood intermingles with her, and he will say, "Then I, Amonas Seal, swear by the solar throne and the radiant kingdom to take your counsel, your wisdom, and your strength in reclaiming the throne and the kingdom. Serve me loyally, and I will in turn serve you." He like intones, and he will take up the sword, and he will like gently touch her shoulders, like a knighting almost. And then he will say, "Then rise, Lady Eliza Raymatar, Duchess of the Earldom of Freyfrost, and the leader of the Pride. And welcome to the Ashen Court." He will hand her the sword back.
She will rise and take her blade back. And Amna certainly feels something here.
Mm-hmm.
The blood oath is a powerful oath to swear, especially between two characters who are both powered by their oaths as their true source.
It's true.
Bond is, well, you can sense power almost from it.
Ah, yes.
Make sure you don't break it.
Oh, terrible fate awaits you.
No doubt.
But she will sheath her blade and bow her head to you once more. It's an honor to serve you, my liege.
It is an honor to have you, Lady Eliza. Now, he looks at the others. This pleases me greatly, and it allows us to proceed with our plans. He looks over to the map. Unless anyone has any objections, he sort of, levels a steely gaze towards Lord Raiden or Sir Bolton.
Raiden's shaking his head at his sister right now, like clearly can't believe that she just swore a blood oath to you.
Yes, I think
But
maybe
he's not raising any objections. Like at this point, like his sister's done it. He can't. Like he can do now.
excellent.
And Sir Bolton, though, will well, he won't swear a blood oath to you. He does end up coming over and kneeling to you.
All right. Then Amanas will gracefully accept it, and actually maybe as a form when as a bit of a retrograde here, when like he turned back the sword towards Lady Eliza. Like maybe that was could be the source for like the bless spell, just to the power of the oath and like the power from him, sort of blessing her and those people that swear to him. So not that it will like matter too much in the short term here, but it would be like a display of power, and it would like underline the magical nature of these oaths, and also make Sir Bolton feel the power of the divine course through him.
As I did my lord before, you will be my liege. My blade is yours. My shield is yours. And I will fight in your name.
Smiles.
And in your honor.
Then rise, Sir Bolton, Hilgrade. I have a feeling that your sword arm and your skill at diplomacy will be quite needed in the near future. He smiles.
Bron is just watching all of this, just with a drink right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's a mercenary. What the fuck does he
He's
care?
not going to swear his own oath to you, but on the other hand, he's on contract, so
That's fine.
Yeah,
He
that's
doesn't.
fine.
Amanas does like he doesn't care about blood oaths from Bronn or Lieutenant Jackson or like these people yet. Maybe in the future when Bronn, becomes more of a not a mercenary, maybe we'll see if that happens.
if you try to incorporate the mercenaries into your army.
Yep, exactly. But yeah, Lord Raiden does not seem inclined to swear anything.
He does make a motion to come over and swear an oath to you. No,
All right.
he does kind of after kind of maybe sensing a bit of tension in the room.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not one for oaths, and I'm not going to kneel before you. See, I'm sorry to say, but I've seen the bill you've racked up over the last couple of years. I don't fully trust everything you've said.
Amanas snorts.
But I thought it'd be better I say that openly than trying to hide that.
Amanas nods and looks over to Lord Raiden and he says, Lord Raiden, I do appreciate your candor. I will say one thing I do ask of all of my advisors is the truth. Don't sugarcoat something. Don't try to hide anything from me. Don't feel like you have to spare my feelings or anything of that nonsense. That time has long passed. That is not how you rule. You rule on knowledge and good advice and strength of arms. That is the way of things. So, Lord Raiden, I appreciate you being honest with me, and I will not force an oath from you. I would much prefer that you swear such an oath to me willingly. In the future, when you have ascertained the genuine nature of my personal oath and my deeds for you and your people. How does that sound?
It sounds like definitely worth considering. And for the time being, you'll have my services regardless, if nothing else, as acting as my sister's steward. And by nature, I suppose, yours, for the time being.
He nods. Excellent. Now then, looks over to the map. The Fort Giles interests me greatly. It seems to me, from what you have said, to be an excellent staging point for our troops and our general war effort. And I do think relocating there should be a priority for us. He looks over to Zed. You said they had undead. What type of necromancy is at work here?
Well, what I know, the goblins are resurrected some skeleton zombies, something like that. Really, it's a foul goblin magic. So I think our magic sorcerer would know better than that kind of thing than I.
But you did scout the place, yes? And you said the number of enemies are manageable by us, yes?
Yes, I would assume so.
Nods. Excellent. Then that seems to be on our to-do list then. He looks over to the other council members, particularly like Lady Eliza, and says, and the Duke of Alcend, you say, would be unlikely to notice us squat on his lands.
So Baltimore nod at this point. He doesn't tend to pay much attention to his northern border most of the time. He assumes that it will be well covered by us, and only if he gets complaints will he then come to us knocking. If we
Excellent.
keep a low profile, he won't notice.
Excellent. He looks over to the map again and says, then we have Vanderheim. From what Vike has told us, this seems to be definitely a point of interest. The Blood Elf sorceress being in the same town as the mysterious break-in in the crypt that so upset the Reverend Mother seems to be something worth investigating. It is hardly a coincidence that she is there and the break-in happens, not from what we know of her. Whatever happened there should definitely be investigated. And if we can find more information from this Lady Mizara, then that is definitely worth investigating. I think
I will
these
mention here regarding the Reverend Mother that I have been in contact with the rescued acolytes and the Sister Fiona to get talks with Reverend Mother. Currently, that has not been granted, but they are in the works.
you know, yes, it might be interesting in the future to see her perspective in it. She is the head of the church, after all, and having her, at least in the local region, and having her backing in this might be quite powerful. Even though I suspect she would be loath to go against the church central command or whatever it's called. He sort of waves his hand. He's not trained in religion. He doesn't know what this is called. The papal council or whatever. He looks back to Subaltern and he says, "How are we looking when it comes to manpower, soldiers, etc.?"
I've managed to round up and get some basic arms to about 50 peasants. It's not much, but as a levy force, so at least the numbers will do something at least. Along with bronze men, which I think are currently about the same number, though far better trained. We've got just over 100 men at our command. It pales in comparison to the full force of the Inquisition, but it's enough to at least sting if we had to do a hit and run.
Amos thumbs the map and says, "Well, it seems unlikely that the Inquisition has all of its forces concentrated in one spot. If they are indeed patrolling and trying to secure the area, I would imagine they would have spread out most of their forces over Freyfrost. a largest contingency, of course, in the capital. But even so, I assume a lot of them in the capital are probably patrolling the streets, trying to keep calm, etc. They have, after all, murdered a beloved local leader. I suspect the people of Freyfrost looks at that with some ill will. He looks at the map again and says, "In your estimate, Sir Bolton, how many men would we need if, say, the back door into the prisons are still open for us? If we snuck troops in and attack the keep from below?"
Hold that thought. Lieutenant Jackson, you had something to interject?
Once. I've been doing my best, though my men have been weakened, to try and keep an eye on what the Inquisition's been up to. They've certainly been spreading their men around quite thin. Definitely, they're trying to make it look like they're everywhere in an attempt to try and calm the population. Have eyes everywhere, have ears everywhere. A combination of fear and reassurance. Grabbing onto every little rumor of harm. I even heard them trying to claim that they had fixed a direwolf problem.
Because nuts. Trying to control the populace, yes.
With that said, though, I've also noticed that they have, it appears, been repelled a little bit out of Vanderheim. It seems that one of them managed to steely insult Mayor Rochelle. As a result, the mayor has rather abruptly just shut the door on the Inquisition's forces until she gets a formal apology. Brazen of her, but advantageous for us.
Yes, fortuitous in fact that we need to operate there without being discovered, and since the Inquisition is shut out, then what a perfect time. It's good information. You've done well, Lieutenant.
Nods, giving a bit of an unconfident salute. Not sure if he should be saluting you or not, but he salutes his reports. So.
He appreciates it. But then he'll hold out his hand to Sir Bolton to continue.
Right. Sneaking in through the underground tunnel, if we were to do that, would be difficult. Just getting that many men close enough to the walls to enter into the tunnel without being spotted is not an easy task. If we could somehow either distract them or otherwise had a good opportunity where we could slip a lot of men close. I feel we would need at least maybe 80 more men than what we've got right now, at least, to have any good chance though of being able to take it. That's still assuming we can somehow get them close enough without being spotted.
Nods. Yes, I do believe my master druid has the ability to conceal travel for a lot of people using. He sort of waves his hand in a sort of a motion like fog or weather or some such. Sort of. Again, he doesn't know much of religion, so like the druidic magic is sort of a mystery to him.
I could repair just a spell, but not today.
Of
We
course.
could also, as an intrigue, say that if we get the gates open by declaring that these are reinforcements, maybe from the two south sides, to get in there.
That's nonsense. As possible, but I do like the idea of distraction in this case. A distraction.
What I would suggest, as Vicus clears his throat, is a distraction while an advance force infiltrates through the tunnel and opens the way for the rest.
Yes.
Fitting that many men in a confined space in an open plain is, well, other than high levels of, he waves his hand, sorcery, would be quite difficult.
I mean, we have a sorcerer that is an elf here. We could hide the blood witch and make her throw some fireballs at somewhere. That could be a distraction.
Amina smiles slightly and says, I'd rather not set fire to the capital if we can avoid it.
It's not in the capital. It's distraction outside the capital.
I would also like to avoid being used as bait, Zed.
I will be with you and we will turn invisible and run away. Don't be worried.
Amina smiles slightly and says, I think we need a more enduring distraction. Once we have gathered more people, perhaps a grand proclamation from, say, Lady Eliza, that she will speak to the people in the grand square of the city. That should draw some attention. She's beloved by the people. The Inquisition wouldn't dare arrest her or kill her in front of her people because that would simply cause a riot. But they would no doubt send a lot of troops out to observe such a meeting and what she actually has to say. While she draws attention from the rest of us, we can sneak in with the force through the caverns and over the plains using druidic magic and sorcery as needed to cover our tracks and create fog and whatnot. That way, a skeleton crew would probably manage to keep itself while the rest is out trying to, basically keep the citizenry under control while Lady Eliza speaks. In such a case, if we add 80 people to what we already have, taking the keep should be quite doable, especially if the four of us lead the charge.
I guess seems to consider for a moment. And I'll say it would seem that we have a lot of aspects to consider when we decide to take the keep, but I believe it is essential to keep it in our minds but not set until we have the men we need. Circumstances could change and opportunities could arise.
Amnas nods and says, yes, getting a bit ahead of myself.
Vickers smiles.
Aren't you the king? You should plan ahead.
He laughs and says, yes, indeed. My thoughts on conquest are constant these days. He taps the map. He's sort of like a wolfish, greed almost comes over his face for a second as he considers all of this as his, yes. And then he sort of writes himself and say, I believe there is a local mercenary group in Vanderheim. What do we know about them?
We'll start here at the mention of that. They are a fairly sizable one. They bring in quite a lot of contracts each year, though they don't tend to roam very far. Lots of low-level mercenaries, mostly for guard duty and, well, protection of various places. They're skilled though, but they're not meant. They don't sell themselves as meant for doing anything too risky, usually. But they're skilled. Their leader, a Freda Vantison, you can see it's inherited place it's been. He's definitely known to be he certainly enjoys charging a high price usually for his services, which could make them difficult to pull over right now. Braun actually speaks up at this point, though, kind of interjecting. To be honest, though, we could really use with them. They know the terrain well. They're fast on their feet, great for hit and run tactics, great for skirmishes.
A question then. What are if you know the relationship between the Vanderwatch and the mayor of Vanderheim. Do they work together often?
There's a brief pause here for a moment. Ryden kind of looks through his his clipboard, flicking through a few pages. I believe that the mayor frequently hires the mercenaries as extra guards when she's doing anything that she think might draw trouble. When she needs extra guards on hand, or when there's an important trader in town.
Vicus nods and says, too early for plans yet, but perhaps we can use the Inquisition's recent slight against her to, well, commandeer support from her and in proxy, the mercenary group. But again, we will have to see when we arrive.
Well, Ryden actually speaks up again. And add one more aspect to consider. I got a rather interesting message from that arrived by letter a while ago.
Oh,
He sighs as if he really, as you can clearly tell, a bit of disdain in his voice. From Sir Montgomery Philip von Barnsworth. He's a arrogant. He'll pause for a moment, trying to not swear here. He's a very, very rich man who runs various merchant groups and generally has quite a lot of influence over a lot of the local markets, more than I'd appreciate. The letter was a very, very sarcastic remark, but thanking for someone having finally dealt with the wolves that were harassing his track as they hadn't been killed this time. He'd been complaining about his guards getting lost there time and time again. As it stands, it could be something to consider that having someone with that much money around as a benefactor could also be beneficial.
Where is he located?
He travels around with his business most of the time, though I believe currently he is somewhere off in Reichhold's domain. He has a large warehouse in there. If you need, though, I suppose I could send a letter inviting him for a meeting.
Hamnas nods. Yes. Please do. If we have a grateful, rich merchant on our hands, it seems prudent to talk to him.
Eliza, can I get you to write the letter for me? I'm afraid I might end up. I think my disdain for him might come up in the letter. Eliza nods.
a question, Ryden. You say influential. I assume that he has been, well, a natural impediment to your managing of the estate at times.
Yes, he's a man who's obsessed with getting profits no matter the cost, and he's managed to circumvent every attempt we've made in the past of trying to curtail his business, and well, if he could find a loophole in the system somehow, he'd find it.
I guess not. He expected this answer. As he'll nod and say,
He's not anything strictly illegal, though. He's just been a thorn in my side as a treasurer.
not on. But I would assume if, we were to initiate contact, if he thought, well, if he somehow found out about our presence or agenda, he would drop us for money at the turn of a coin. Would you say?
He's shrewd. He definitely sees the long potential picture. Honestly, I'm not sure what goes on in his head sometimes, but I imagine that he would but potentially you could entice him with some kind of business deal for the future if you were to take power.
All right. Then yes, I agree with the king. We should contact him, but best be cautious in what we tell him until we're ready.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't say about the whole. He just kind of points at Amanus.
You know what? Vicus gives him a chuckle. I mean, look, Ryan can be a bit of a stick in the mud sometimes, a bit of a brat, but like Vicus likes it. It's refreshing to not have it all serious all the time. So we'll check it out that. But yeah, with that, I think Vicus sees that matter as closed.
All right. If there is not any other concerns for the council at this point, we should decide what and where we go next.
Oh God, Montgomery,
Is
great
it-
picture.
I love gold. Uh, we
Uh,
could go to Fort Giles. It is rather close to us. Or we can head straight to Vanderheim. What do you think?
Well, given that the Inquisition have slighted the mayor and they're currently not allowed in Vanderheim, I don't see that ending anytime soon. The Inquisition is quite proud. We would have some time to take Fort Giles, I believe, before we move on. That is my assessment, of course.
We could do with a better position. I think Fort Giles would be a good place to acquire sooner rather than later.
Said not.
Right. Then, unless there is any objections, looks around to the others.
Council seems to raise any.
Well, then the small council of the Ashen Court shall investigate Fort Giles, exterminate the goblins and the abominations that reside within. After that, I trust you, Sir Bolton, to move in the men and start repairing and fortifications.
Do my best.
Good.
Right,
Um,
and I'll make sure some of the men here at the mine start sourcing lumber. We'll need it for the repairs.
Good idea.
Nods. Excellent. Then, with that, I believe this council is now over with. And the king, gets up, picks up his weapon, to signal that the deal is over, or the council is over. It's time to go and do your duties.
Bron immediately seems to get up and start going. Basically, just dragging the lieutenant at his side if the lieutenant wants to come or not.
I made a hands up icon
Nice.
because I kept
Thank you.
missing the message,
Yeah.
so I made it so that we can throw it on
That's
him
cool.
mostly.
Excuse me.
I will keep that for next time the lieutenant wants to speak up.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Poor lieutenant.
I kept seeing it, and then I saw the lowers his hand. I was like, oh no, we need a better way.
He's, as it stands, he didn't feel like trying to interrupt
Okay.
Just
person
scary.
terrified of giant death aura.
Yeah, that's pretty fair.
Wise.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull Vicus a little bit to the side.
Oh,
And
yes.
say,
You lay
Vi-
it.
Vicus, that Lieutenant Jackson seems rather proficient in the more stealthy and information gathering arts. Perhaps he could be someone to be in contact with, or synchronize your operations with.
Vicus smiles and nods and says, A good idea, my liege. I actually have already talked to Braun about how he runs his operations, and so Lieutenant Jackson would be one of many that I would be able to contact, I would assume, once I'm familiar.
Wonderful. Now then, he looks around and tries to. He basically calls to Lord Raiden to come over.
Come over. He was about to leave with like all his notes packed up, but he'll approach over to you with the kind of several books piled.
Yes, he says, Lord Raiden, since you are more or less our treasurer at the moment, I do have an interest in acquiring some better armor. He like looks down at the old one he's wearing. You know, it's patched and notched and just it's been through the ringer, right? It's literally like scraped together in that little village. And he says, I am thinking something a bit more fitting for my front line battle command style. He gives a wolfish smile. Something sturdier, with thicker plates.
He kind of looks you up and down for a moment. That's not going to be cheap. Right. But I'll see what I can do. I don't know how much I'll be able to gather together here, but I'll speak to some of the local smiths and see what I can source for you.
He nods. Wonderful.
Just at any cost to the king's ever-growing debt.
He's added to the tab.
Yeah.
All that will be settled. I
Yes,
have...
when you're king.
Yes, when I'm king, everything will be great.
But I'll note down that Lord Ryden's current path has been set is to specifically try and
Yes, Lord Raiden's long-term project is get me a plate mail. That's his long-term project.
ultimately being recruit troops, as he has been doing.
Vickers would ask that basically just the four stay, four of us.
Sure.
And he'll make sure he would like to make sure that no one's listening. Dark, can he like take a look around, make sure
Yeah.
everyone's left?
You can
Guidance.
you can all spend a little bit just making sure that no one is spying on you.
Okay, perfect.
So unless there's anyone here who you think is as stealthy as you were the other day with your 30 something, probably fine.
Okay, it's true. No, he'll basically get everyone into a casual circle and just say, yes, what I want to talk about concerns the boy, Theo. The one that we met near the Abbey. I suppose it is good high time now that I discuss, well, his actual nature. He is, or was touched, I guess, by, well, from birth, as Lord Ryden, not Lord, yes, Lord Ryden tells me. In a, he like waves his hand towards Harris. In a sorcerer's sense, he has gained psionic power and some magic, I would assume. He is what we have heard called Red. He has chased away some gnolls and basically been a deterrent for them as best as can. Lord Ryan has told him not to, but as a boy, as his willingness to help, and with the power he has, I believe it is better to teach him how to use it better to protect himself and perhaps others than let him, well, get himself into more trouble. However, I can only teach him as far as the physical arts and the mind are concerned. And while my main reason now is to inform you all, I would also wish to ask you, Ceres, to help of the sorcerer nature. I do not understand this aspect of his power. I would like you to help advise me.
Ceres nods, says happily. If we can bring a young mind into finding his powers both psionically and in the more typical arcane sense, then I would be happy to.
This hands together. Good. Well, that is all I wanted to talk about.
It's good that you have,
Sarah's. Oh, yeah, you go on, Zed.
as Ed will speak. It is good that you have found this matter. I was planning to investigate this much more thoroughly when I have more time, but since you are handling it, I don't have to worry about it.
Because nuts. I would have talked about it sooner, but given its sensitive nature and, of course, Lord Ryden's wishes at the time to keep it a secret, I wanted to wait before. Well, I wanted to wait until the king gave his wonderful speech, as he smirks a bit, to bolster the, how would I say, belief that I'd only wish good for the child. But now I can. And so, Saras, I would ask you to accompany me so we could meet Theo, perhaps, if you have time, before we leave.
Of course. I have nothing planned. I think the galas are starting next week. This is like a joke.
Wait, you are invited some color?
It's just a
Oh.
jest, Zed.
Zed, one of these days I shall teach you the ways of sarcasm.
No, you won't. I won't learn it. I'm an old dog.
Sure.
Yes,
Yeah,
those are
you are.
new
See?
tricks.
Yeah. Of this I cannot argue. No.
My wife tried to learn me sarcasm and never did get it.
Abenas like massages his temples, so silently wondering to himself how like all of these old people ended up on his like council. Like, what is this? Why is he
mean,
so old? Oh
You're not a
lord.
spring chicken either.
No,
Does that
really.
does that leak through to Vicus?
It probably does. Being like a sense of just like himself feeling very old, and also like everyone else being very old, and it's like just this pang of like, you know, old decrepit people on their last hurrah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm just a carer making sure they don't fall over and break a hip.
Vicus will turn to the king and say, I might remind you that I served your father before you.
I mean, my wife served your grandfather, so you know, if you're gonna want to up me in this one.
No, I'm merely reminding our dear king that I'm not old, I am experienced.
For human standards, you're pretty old, but you're pretty sprungly also.
The Amanas looks over to Vakas and says, I thoroughly appreciate your experience and your skill, Vakas. It was just a moment of weakness. He smiles.
Yes, don't we all have those? Well, I will be off, Saris. You can join me whenever you wish. You like slink out almost silently.
Ceres will follow immediately. Ooh.
Let's start pretty.
Well, good luck with that.
But I think in an abstract sense, in terms of time-wise, Vicus would basically introduce Ceres to Theo and basically be like, "Hey, you know that side of your powers and origin that I can't answer questions about? Here is my friend who is kind of like you,
But extra spicy.
but extra spicy." Yes.
That may be a very cautious meeting from
Yes.
Theo's perspective, but he will ask some curious questions to Ceres because we'll be able to melt the ice there. Though it'll be interesting for Ceres, of course, because Theo will not talk. He will all be telepathic straight to Ceres.
Yeah, she's gonna be creeped out by that at first, but you know, we'll get through this.
At least you're used to it from Vicus, though.
Yeah,
So.
yeah.
I guess his is different, right? It feels different because everyone has their own like mental signature, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. I think she's. Yeah, I think she'll get sort of creeped out by it at first, but you know.
Not so we'll be able to confirm what Ryden told Vicus. Indeed, it does seem like he is a sorcerer, just one born of psionic magic instead of arcane. But the fundamentally, it's not that different.
Okay. Mm.
He's got magic. He's got magic in his blood. Just in addition to the normal problems for a sorcerer, it's also crystallized in a way as it has for Vicus. So nothing external for Theo as far as you can tell, but it's crystallized nonetheless somewhere internally.
Can Vicus actually ask either Raiden or Theo about the mask he wears? Because I assume it's magical of some sort.
I actually wanted to look at that. I've been avoiding Theo just because, you know, it was Vicus's thing. I didn't want to step on it. But now there's a
Go for
magic
it.
fucking mask. I want to look at that. That seems real interesting.
With permission.
With permission, obviously. She doesn't like rip it off his face or anything.
I don't think he has it on right now, but yes.
Just wear it going around.
Okay. So what? Yeah. If I can get permission to look at the mask, I want to look at the mask. Ascertain what it do.
So Theo will make sure no one else is watching before he kind of makes it appear.
Yeah, that's fair.
Which just seems to kind of shimmer into existence almost.
Mm-hmm.
I want one.
And you'll hand it to Zeris. It's an interesting little thing that's been put together. It's not directly, it doesn't feel the most powerful looking at it initially, but I mean, Zeris herself is an artificer. She knows magic items, or she was an artificer in a previous time.
Years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Make an Arcana check, though, if you want to get kind of detailed information on what Ryden's done with it.
Sure. Let's do it. That's where I am.
Okay.
It's that, and then that. No, not bad.
Not bad. No.
That's average for me.
Average, yeah.
Yeah.
So by its base, this lacquered wood mask, it's a quirky little item, but it's nothing particularly powerful as you suspected. One of its magical properties, as Theo could already showed, was the ability for the mask to essentially kind of disappear and appear on command. Though really, it's just more turning invisible on command.
Hmm.
Clearly to make it easy to hide. Because obviously, not wanting to scream to the world who Red was.
Hmm.
The other thing about the mask, which you find is interesting, is you can see some mild protective magic that's been put on it.
Oh.
Okay.
Designed to, well, from what you can tell, keep the wearer safe from at least a potentially lethal blow.
Okay.
If the wearer would be downed by an attack, once it only has a single charge per day. But if the wearer would be downed by an attack, it will immediately grant the wearer a amount of hit points. I can't remember how many. I have to check. It's effectively like one of the cure wound spells, though.
Okay.
Really, it has like a contingency.
It's like
spell on it.
contingency, yeah. That's very high level artificy. Artifice, is that a word? I don't know.
Artifice.
Artifice. Yeah.
Artifice. Yes, there we go.
It's just a basic cure wound spell. Yeah, just basic level 1.
Yeah,
So
that's still very useful.
1d6 plus spell.
1d8 plus whatever Lord Ryden's int is.
Gotcha. Cool.
As just a basic emergency heal once per day.
Yeah. So as a protective measure from while he's out and about. I get
Okay,
it.
interesting. Sure.
Let's say something about what Lord Ryden is capable of.
Yeah.
At least he has the time to sit down and work on something.
Hmm.
Vicus looks so serious, like with like a. I want both.
This seems a good time to also start planning for my clear like kingly mecha armor he's gonna build.
I don't
Hey,
know
man.
what you just said. I'll just ignore that.
You know,
it's gonna have a unibeam and everything. I'm gonna fly.
I said I was gonna multi-class into Artificer. You talked me out of it. I don't know what to say, man. Now look at you, not gonna get your mecha armor.
Why would you listen
He
to
talked
me?
you back into it.
I was a drunk like under a table in a bar. Why are you listening to me? Like Jesus.
Probably spend your next level retraining back into it again.
Why haven't you built my mecha armor yet?
Because I didn't spec into it, damn it.
Fine, you have super cool shadow magic. You can make like a big shadow armor mecha. It's all good.
Yeah.
Or someone with shadowfell creatures. I don't know what they are.
Is that like a dog or something like a hound of shadow?
I got a hound at some
Oh,
point.
nice.
Like a shadow hound that I can call on. Stuff.
All right. Well, Mask
Hound
has
of
been
Ill
thoroughly
Omen, that's what it's
investigated.
called.
Yes.
So is that it? That's all it do?
Doesn't do anything else.
All right. I suppose
Cool.
the question would be, I think I'm not sure if I would like to bring him with Vicus at this current stage of his training. I don't think he's quite like
No.
ready yet, right, Dark?
Like you could bring him along, and he could certainly support you, giving you the kind of combat option of having him kind of chucks spells, and though he'll be following someone kind of closely,
Yes.
he wouldn't be acting as a separate combatant like a Lady Eliza would if you brought him along.
Right, he'd just be like attached, as in like Raiden would be to someone.
Very much how Raiden would. Though he would, in this case, he make sure he would dedicatedly follow a single character around.
Yes. The
And because-
question I would have, would that put him in danger?
So to a degree, yes.
Okay.
This goes.
Oh, listen.
This goes with all kind of characters who are following along. They'll, if a character is following along with you, they can indeed take injuries. If you go down, I'll mark a box on their wound, on basically a little wound tracker for them.
Okay.
He'll just not have very many boxes on his, obviously, because,
Yeah,
Right. Though he does have a bonus one from the mask, assuming you let him have it.
Oh yes, of course. It's his possession. So
Could just steal it at this point.
no, gosh, no. Let the poor kid have his thing.
Yeah, you can have the thing. I don't know.
If you get critically hit, any companion with you will also take a wound.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, as you might notice, though, he isn't really fully trained for combat yet, so he would get in the way. And what that would basically just mean is whoever he is following around would take a -1 to that AC.
Yeah, I figured. I think.
They have to kind of devote themselves to defending him a little bit.
I don't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Cyrus-
be terribly opposed to that.
How old is he?
He's pretty young. That's my only problem.
Like,
Yeah,
we're
he's
gonna
quite
we're
young
gonna
at this
go
age.
into a nest of like goblins, dark magic, and skeletons. If he's
Yeah.
like 8, and it's like, oh yeah, just see us murder things.
Yeah, no, he's quite young. So I was thinking
he's not-
perhaps.
He's not going to be very young, but yeah, he's,
Yeah, I think I would like him to instead shadow Raiden around, and basically Vicus is going to give him homework basically to do, like some exercises, and maybe Sarah's can give him some, I don't know, magical like exercise to do, so that when we get back he can show us like how far he's gotten, and it's something for him to do as well to tide him over from not like going out and doing stuff at Knowles or whatnot to keep him busy. And I'm sure Lord Raiden can proceed over that because we can keep an eye on him.
out of trouble.
I'll teach him mending.
There you go.
Sounds good.
Right now, his number of cantrips he knows is very low.
You could teach him efficient use of crystals. Oh wait, no, you can't.
Ooh.
No,
All
that
of
is
them.
one thing you cannot. Oh boy.
I'm curious what you could do if somehow you didn't die from using all the crystals in those like huge pallets. I wonder what you could do, like in terms of
very
magical.
briefly, so I'm not going to pull off a high-level spell.
Interesting.
Spontaneously combusting.
Yes. Anyway, sorry, I've taken up a lot of time. Shall we
No,
go
no.
to
As I did, the entire council I have now I have put assignments on their character cards.
Nice.
When you click on them, you can see what they're currently set to do while you're away.
Perfect. For Lieutenant Jackson, I think specifically since he is a lieutenant of the scout corps for Braun, I think Vickers would like to set up some sort of communication, some way to get communication from him. In the case that they're far from each other, probably not right now, but in the future, if Vickers is on an extended campaign away, that the lieutenant can get some information to him without being physically present, like dead drops or something else. Since he seems to be good at that.
Certainly something because I can work on in future, building a spy network with
Yes.
Jackson.
Yeah.
He's
Basically, just giving him the heads up that he would like to work with him in the future, so don't go off dying or something.
very eager. He seems very eager for the opportunity to work with you as well.
Great.
If you're going to get him killed, like he got the rest of his scouts killed, is a different question. But eager to work with you.
Vickers will try his best to give him the knowledge so that doesn't happen to him. And vice versa.
Chuck him under the bus.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Okay then. I need to. I'll go get myself another drink, and I'll just go quickly check a few things. But after a short break, we will resume then, I suppose, with the party getting ready to leave.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's do it. All right, I'm gonna get a drink. I'm thirsty.
Let's fuck up some goblins.
Woo!
No, I have. Thank you. So you all know that Baldur's Gate 3 is coming, right?
Yes.
Yes. But did you know that there's actually another 5e D&D game in the works,
Oh, really?
and it's coming out quite soon, in fact,
What game?
called Solasta: Crown of the Magister.
Okay.
They basically aim. It's a bit weird because they are using the free SRD license, which means that everything that is on the free SRD is in the game, which is to say that was it 6 basic classes and one of their subclasses is there, and the rest is homebrew. It only goes to level 10, but it is a full rendition of the 5e fighting system and class system and stuff. And it is an adventure. It's they say they focus more on strategy and battle. They have compared themselves to an XCOM type game, more
Okay.
a lot of battles and dungeon crawling and stuff.
That sounds really cool.
I bought it and I played a bit of the open beta. It's coming out in a couple of weeks, but I was actually quite impressed. I immediately set out to recreate the party from Out of the Abyss.
Of course.
No bard, unfortunately, and no warlock in the game. So Riordan became a rogue and Gesh became a wizard. But
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I suppose life cleric is the typical cleric,
Yep.
so that was perfect.
That's in there. Yeah, latest Surreal is in there. Murderous Rage and all. And Liam is there, although there's no half-orc race in the open beta, so he became used to human. I'm looking forward to the full release of it because it looks actually quite promising. So if you're ever like, oh, I would like to play some 5e, computer game, Celesta is something to check out.
I will. We'll check it
Mhm.
out. Oh, look, is it on Steam?
Yep. First mission you get is to go to an abandoned fort and rout some goblins. So I feel this is very on
that's-
topic.
Yeah.
Wait, has someone copied my plotline? No.
Yes, indeed. The completely unique feature of go to ruin kill goblins. that
I can't believe someone would dare to steal my content.
it's so classic that if you don't actually fight some goblins in an old ruin, I don't think it's D&D.
I did always a friend that was arguing that until the dragon appeared in the campaign, it wasn't D&D yet.
Is it sheep that argues that?
Sheep, though, I think sheep would have the same argument.
Yeah, that is. I would believe so. I'm gonna quickly visit the bathroom. I'll be back in.
Right.
Oh, dark.
Yes.
We get the long rest before this, uh, like before the session.
Yes.
Like I rep my spells for the scouting before this, but did we get like a long rest before that so I can change?
A little bit of a long rest between your scouting and now.
Yeah, I'm then gonna change a little bit of my spells. Mainly I'm gonna change my animal messenger to my flaming blade.
Of course, combat mode.
Yes. Yeah, other than that I don't do any other changes.
How big is this fort that we're going to?
It's not huge.
I think it says small hilltop, but
It's a small hilltop fort. I mean, it's not a particularly large
Okay.
any means, but the point is it's more suitable than simply a watchtower.
yeah, definitely.
It's got a surrounding wall. It's got a couple of buildings in it. It's got a little training area in the middle. Well, had a training area in the middle. Right now, it's mostly just goblins.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I guess the goblins are training.
Goblins are training in a way.
They're trying to become a hobgoblin.
I don't think that's how it works in this universe.
No, it's not, but they have their own dreams.
Yeah.
Skill tree.
Dream of a goblin kingdom.
Ah, but
See, that was the alternate campaign. Was you guys play goblins trying to overthrow the kingdom?
oh yes.
I'd be totally up for doing a goblin one shot at some point.
I mean,
All goblins. The Splug returns in his epic.
Yes, exactly.
in his
Slug the fifth. Back for more.
dressed up as an angry dwarf this time, in honor.
There's a very fake beard made by a mop.
Yep, yeah. You found a mop in the storage cupboard and just sellotaped the sellotaped
Yes.
it to his face.
Well-
Sellotape.
Ow.
Ouch! Yeah, I'm just sort of thinking.
It
take
wasn't
it
even a clean one. It was still in the bucket.
Oh.
Oh, just dripping like
Yeah.
dirty water. Like, oh.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would.
He literally puts pebbles in his mouth to speak, so it sounds like Dwarvish.
All right, I think we're all back. Or not, maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
I think we're all here.
Okay, so you confirming everyone's happy with what the council's currently up to?
I think so.
I've had luck. I'm happy. I think.
Okay.
This does mean that I lose my armor enhancement, right?
Yeah.
Since Theo won't be with you, you will end up losing.
Yep.
Riders won't be with you, you will end up losing it.
It's
Yeah.
fine. Just point me in front. I got a +1 for my dex. I'll just walk in front of you now. My sweet 16 AC. I'll definitely not get hit at all.
It's fine. I have, I have, whatchamacallit? I have spells. I have like Shield of Faith and stuff. I can.
Unfortunately, you can't do armor maintenance when he's not with you.
Yeah.
You'll still have Lady Eliza with you. She's currently deployed with all of you.
It's fine. We're fighting undead. They're like your specialty or whatever.
Yeah, John's
Right.
fighting with
Yes, I do extra damage to undead.
Just naturally, or
Well, if I smite them, I do more damage.
oh, nice. Oh, because it's radiant, right?
Yeah, well, it's like I think I'll double.
Oh,
It's
I think you
a
choose,
paladin
right?
feature.
It's a paladin thing, I believe.
Yeah, when you hit someone, you're like, I will spend a spell slot to smite you. But I'm just
Yeah.
asking
No,
what
no,
type
no,
of
no, no. If they are certain type like undead or fiend, they get extra die to it.
Yes.
Oh,
So
okay, cool.
divine smite. And when I hit with a melee attack, I can expend a spell slot to deal additional 2d8 extra radiant damage to the target plus 1d8 for each spell level higher than the first, max to 5d8, and plus 1d8 if the target is undead or fiend, to a max
Right.
of 6d8. So I can maximum add like a
Right,
6
right. So you have to hit them. You have to smite them to get the extra for the undead
Yes.
anyway. Okay, it's not passive. Gotcha.
But if there's a big undead coming up, I can deal some goddamn damage to that.
Nice.
I presume you're going on horseback.
Yes.
It's a long ride. Going from all the way up here, go to the northern point, down to Fort Giles. It's not a short distance. Especially when you're trying to avoid, drawing too much suspicion from any passing Inquisitors. No, the Inquisitor themselves not actually bothering to look for you, so
That's good.
still avoiding drawing too much attention. Groups travels, and the result will take them a good amount of the day. And actually, when you end up arriving at Fort Giles, it's going to end up being already sunset.
Oh no.
But perhaps that'll be to your advantage. Who knows? As it stands, it's a travel you can do without any kind of issues in the way. There's no gnolls who can harass you at the moment. Which means Ed and Eliza travel is it's not a challenge.
Awesome.
As you see up ahead atop a great hill, is the old fort. It's already been scouted out before, so I'm actually going to show you what the fort looks like, though you won't be able to see any enemies on it. But I'll show you what the map looks like, and then you can figure out how you want to approach it. Let me just...
Ooh.
Obviously, there are damaged sections to the wall and a main gateway to the south. There's also a damaged section to the back wall over here on the kind of northern bit.
Hmm.
The
And
rest
that
of
damage section leads into like you can just walk straight into that building, or is that just the roof is Like,
Straight inside, though you could probably try and make a way inside there.
Okay.
But it's not directly open.
Alright.
But this is what you're seeing from a distance. Enemies won't appear on until, of course, you're actually close enough to see them.
right.
Hmm. Yeah, I really only see like two obvious approaches.
Mm.
And I'm not sure I'm entirely.
The front gate does appear to have some skeletons walk kind of creaking around it. One of the skeletons completely missing an arm.
Amazing.
Right.
One of the skeletons appearing to have 3 arms.
Okay.
The goblins have clearly been experimenting.
Foul goblin magic.
Of course.
I mean, he did say foul goblin magic.
Yeah.
I did
But
say.
yeah, as you said, Halldamir, I only see like this, and then maybe through here somehow with time, but like,
I mean, I sort of see like this whole southern section because that's the tower's crumbling, the gate is clearly off the hinge.
yeah.
This corner's busted up where I presume another tower was. There's these walls. Are these walls immaculate? Or not? Well, I say immaculate, but
Very sturdy shape. There's no giant hole you could just climb through.
I mean, I can easily send the spider there to climb.
It needs a reinforcement and someone who could turn into an insect, or well, an insect just walk through the hole. Like Zed could probably get through those walls in the north.
I mean, I mean that's fine and dandy, but there's like 3/4 of the team that can't turn into a spider.
I mean, I can climb there and give you a rope to climb back.
Sure.
You know, yeah, scaling
So
wall.
it is a way of doing it, but it's not maybe most efficient way of doing it.
I like investigating this over here.
Honestly,
Simply-
yeah.
Simply because if we go in the front here, if they have guards on these walls, it'll be trouble. They can just stand there raining down arrows and stuff on us.
That's
But if we-
true.
I'm thinking
was
that
back.
as well. Yeah.
I'm thinking that just for some cover, like
Yeah.
from
We-
fire
we-
and everything.
we honestly do pretty well in somewhat confined spaces. We don't have too well. I guess we have decent like ranged options. Yeah, I don't know. But
Do we want pass without trace before we go for the +10 in stealth?
Might be a good idea if we're trying to sneak in the back here, right?
Yeah, I
Mm.
think that's
Yeah.
worth a spell. Yeah.
We do it on our horses too,
Hmm.
so they don't leave any like horse tracks or noises.
Super
I
sneaky
think we'll have to
birds.
leave them away, like leave them way away.
And then we can't find them most of the time. Yeah, we do that.
Town up later, is pass without trace actually ends if you go too far away from the person?
Ah, that's good then.
I think you have to stay within 30 feet. 30 feet of.
Only when I cast it.
Only when you cast though, right? You
Yep.
can. I think it's just the duration that's the end state for, and it's a spell, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Duration,
Oh.
each creature you choose
No,
from
for the duration, each creature
Oh.
you choose. So the moment you
Yeah.
step out of 30 feet from someone, that's gone.
Yeah, but we are gonna
Oh.
be in 30 feet each other.
it's not a cast and everyone has indefinite stealth.
No,
I see.
it's a cast, and so long as you stay within 30 feet of the person who cast it, you get the +10.
Ah, okay.
Apparently, it was just a very, very powerful one-time version of before.
Yeah. Ah, I thought it was like you just choose. I see.
Yeah.
You know, we're not perfect.
Yeah.
Oof.
No.
The
Oh,
sneaking gnomes of forest will keep us hidden.
All right. Sneaky gnomes.
Sneaky gnomes, go.
It's sneaky.
Shh.
There's a backdoor of these skeletons and goblins, I guess.
Okay, so just reconfirming that, are you going to plan to try and sneak up this way?
Yeah.
Yes. In through here.
Okay. You approach quietly then, presumably leaving the horses somewhere safe.
Yeah.
Yes.
You charge off with the horses, I just have to confirm that.
Yeah.
Okay, let me grab your tokens.
Hmm.
You're all coming with me.
You are coming with me.
You realize that you're coming.
Well, hi there, friends.
There are no goblins immediately on this area. There's no one you immediately see as you approach up and see kind of the ruined back section of what was probably the main keep here. The part of the roof has kind of just caved in, and part of the wall's kind of collapsed down, just creating this massive pile of rubble. You could try and kind of climb up. There's a bit of a gap towards the top from what you can see now you're closer. Though that'd be kind of awkwardly climbing up rubble, which is quite loud. Or you could try kind of digging yourself through something better on the lower floor, which you could do potentially quietly, though. Again, depends how well you feel your group might be adept to that. Or you might have another way you can kind of get your way past the rubble and sneak inside. But you can climb up, or just try removing the pieces bit by bit slowly.
Okay.
The table is yours, though, to figure it out.
Well,
Not great at the climbing or the moving rubble.
I am pretty good at both of those things.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, climbing thing would be athletics and strength, right?
Yeah.
There's no acrobatics here, is there?
Maybe you could acrobatics your way up.
Or like definitely scale it
Yeah.
somehow.
Do some sweet. I don't know.
Is there any squeezy spots that he can get in? Or
No.
is it completely.
Not without at least making the gap a bit bigger first.
Alright,
And
well,
what would it take to make a bigger gap?
Make a bigger gap. Obviously, you have people who are strong enough to do that.
no.
I see you over there, Fey Fiendish Giant Spider.
I'm just putting it just
Ready.
for rep. It's not yet in there.
He's sharpening his talents and like, yes, good.
So you kind of got two parts. It's either you've got to try and kind of carefully figure out a way to kind of open this up without making too much noise.
Mm-hmm.
Which you can suggest something to me for that, but otherwise I would go with like some kind of maybe like intelligence, maybe even intelligence stealth on that.
Well,
plus 10.
maybe,
For
maybe.
athletics,
Yeah.
strength athletics, you can climb up.
Well, maybe Vikas can like intelligence stealth on the rubble. Amanas can do the heavy pulling, so he can be like, pull that rock, and then I'll do that.
Try to figure out a way.
Sleight of hand, perhaps then.
Except sleight of hand.
To basically like make sure it doesn't make any noise, like
Yeah,
you pointing out.
sleight of hand. The main thing is you've got to somehow move the rocks without making too much noise.
Yeah, I'll try that.
If you're not careful, you'll have a whole bunch tumble down and a whole bunch of very confused goblins.
All right, let's try sleight of hand.
I do like very confused
Ah.
goblins.
Ooh,
26. That is a natural 20. Doesn't matter,
max sneak.
but it's a high
Well,
single roll.
As it turns out, this wasn't even a challenge to begin with. I mean, how could it be?
Exactly.
Vickers kind of looks at this, ponders for just the briefest of moments, before just moving in and just impossibly removing rocks where you're fairly sure the entire thing should be collapsing down at this point, but it just doesn't. But like the world's largest game of Jenga.
Yes.
But very quickly, he creates a gap that, you know what, you could squeeze through.
Ooh,
All right.
boy, oh boy,
Squishy squish time.
it's time to squeeze.
And it'll get you straight in onto the not crumbling upper floor.
Yeah.
It's well, not onto the crumbling upper floor. You'll be onto the nice safe ground floor, which is nice and better.
Great.
The immediate room you can see through on the other side appears to be empty for the most part. It appears like it used to be the pantry. There's not much in there though. It looks like any food that was in the pantry has been taken, and goblins haven't really reorganized and restocked the pantry.
Okay.
How dare they?
Hey, safe entry point.
Yes, that's great. can we like pop ourselves like here or
And drag yourself in a little. I'll drag you into here a little bit.
um?
I don't really have a proper indoor view for this little bit. That's not
No,
really.
that's fine. That's fine. So is there any sign of anyone in the ground floor of this building at all? Perception-wise?
Perception as you kind of put your ear up to the pantry door.
Yes. We try that. Oh, that's a 4. That's a 1 actually. Oh, I don't think Vickers notices anything.
It kind of listens. Nah, sounds safe to you.
No, he shrugs. And unless anyone else wants to try, he probably will go in, trusting himself.
You open the door, confident that your deductive skills are unbeatable.
Yeah,
I assume you're stealthing.
yeah. I'm not like bursting in there. I'm still being cautious, but
It's no roll if you would like.
yeah.
You get +10.
Oh. 35 then.
Ah, it's not enough. Sorry, it's
Okay,
Nine.
might not be.
just off. It's like, damn it! Should roll 36.
15.
15.
Your deck. No,
Oh wow.
I think that's
Wow.
double natural 20s. Yep.
Almost on par with Vickers. He's like, what the fuck?
So sneaky.
That's very. I like never been so sneaky in my life.
Incredibly sneaky.
As it stands, you thankfully manage to avoid creating too much noise as you brashly open the door. Apparently, all of you managing to be, well, most of you, some of you being relatively stealthy. The magic's probably helping her. As in the adjacent room, you do bear witness to something. This kind of little section here I just kind of squared out for you. There we go. Like a little kitchen area. And in it, you see standing atop of a stool, currently making food, a goblin.
Wow.
Oh,
He's just on top of the stool, currently like stirring a giant pot of stew.
Blast him.
what's the order, boss?
Kill him.
All right.
Right.
Vickers will throw a dagger.
Yeah.
At him. Let's see here. What am I doing again? All right. 12. Well, yeah, 12, I suppose.
You have
You have
advantage.
advantage.
14.
You whisk the dagger across the room.
Yeah.
And right as you think it's about to connect, he kind of ducks down to try and taste his soup.
No.
Your psychic knife kind of clangles against the pots next to him. He kind of blinks, looks at the pots, looks
But
behind.
then it disappears.
It's true.
And it's like,
He starts
get my gun.
I do have a bonus action. Can I throw another, or
At this point, I'm going to roll the initiative.
that's fair? I understand.
Dark, should we see this token in here?
Don't worry.
I didn't see anything. I've been purposely like just looking at only this area, so you know,
Yeah, I only look at.
I had it sorted up.
it's all
I
good.
can confirm that he's not here at the moment.
Okay.
Just wondering.
Oh yes. Initiative. Let's do that.
He wouldn't bother himself with goblins.
Oh dear. Oh wow, the goblin was like, ah, someone threw something at me.
It's not happy.
Well, you rolled 22, so pretty good.
This will be interesting.
You rolled so well. Stupid gobbo.
Right. The goblin kind of looks behind him, sees all of you there, pauses. We'll take a bonus action to scream as loud as his shrill lungs can do. Do any of you speak Goblin?
That's an excellent
No,
question.
I think
don't
orc.
think so.
No.
Well, he screams. He screams something shrill and it sounds rude before smashing his way through where the door is here. Into the next room to try and get away from you. He's too cowardly to take you on by himself. It does, however, reveal you can see a skeleton on the other side of the door from where you are. You can get initiative as well.
Oh my god, it's like a man made out of bone. It's like a bone man.
King's intelligence. Right, one moment. Much better. Right, let's proceed. Terrace.
The fuck is that roll? Alright. Does it sound like there's other goblins through that door?
You haven't heard other goblins, or you have just heard of you haven't heard any other goblins. Actually, you probably would have actually heard a bit of a very confused goblin noise on the other side of the door.
Okay. Sure.
But there's no only it's kind of hard to hear through just the shrill screaming.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I think.
Yep. Oh god. So much initiative.
I will. Just such an awkward position he's put himself in. No. Oh, just inconsiderate. I
The
think.
goblin has put himself in an awkward position.
Get out.
Very,
Jonas,
very droll, my lord.
Jonas will be here next week.
I announced my resignment from this campaign. I
Good.
clearly cannot continue this.
All right. I think in that case, Ceres will come here, and then we'll use yeah, we'll cast Shatter right here, hoping for a good damage roll. Yeah, not bad, not bad. So whatever is in that, as it's sort of centered here, so I think I hope she can see that through those busted doors. Anything within that, the sphere will do con saves or take full damage, half on a success. I was hoping there might have been more that we couldn't see.
Your spell goes off, but no one else.
That's
As far as you can tell.
fine. But I will happily just go back into the pantry where I belong. Out of the way.
Back to the kitchen with you.
Uh, let's not yet do all the big guns. First move here. What do I see? No.
See a goblin sit. You see a goblin kind of looking very confused, sitting down on a stool, kind of at a bit of a table, and a skeleton is seemingly blocking a door.
Hmm.
The skeleton just kind of slowly shifts to you, looking just emotionless. One arm slightly longer than the others, probably constructed from multiple corpses.
I shall then continue my move like here, and then attack the skeleton 9 with my scimitar. Oh well. That is
You
my
s-
turn.
swing, but it just kind of like clangs off the skeleton. Skeletons aren't really meant for going through bone.
All right. Well, there's a lot here. I think I'm as well. I will start moving in with my shield and flail here, I think. So my AC will be 19. I will use my flail. Amanas moves in here like a juggernaut that he is, and he will flail at the skeleton. Flail. Ow. No, 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 no. Bad rolls all around.
It's a very, very skillful skeleton.
Yeah, clearly.
Shoot through the door.
To you, Lady Eliza.
Mr. Skeleton, how do you feel about that arrow? Let's see.
Are you resistant to piercing?
In fact,
Hopefully it's hurt enough to.
I mean, yeah, in fact, arrows aren't usually the best thing to use in this situation, but
Hey.
turns out Lady Eliza's bow did shoot great swords as far as we were concerned, so
Yes, she does.
That's good.
kind of looks annoyed, pulls out this kind of rusty, you guess it's a scimitar? I mean, kind of a scimitar. Whatever goblins would constitute as one.
Sure.
And kind of leaps at the elf.
No.
Oh, he's trying his best.
Swinging
Making-
furiously.
Making 2 rapid swings at you.
They hit my shield.
Actually, with that, it's like you just step out of the way from it. So low. Doesn't even hit base AC.
Doesn't even need to move, it's just standing still.
Yeah.
And it hits the floor, like trips up.
Creak. 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 As the skeleton kind of approaches over.
No.
Thankfully, it misses you.
Elven trickery.
Damn that elven trickery. It's got mixed up. There we go. This one's going to move to here. And King! It has a reach weapon.
Oh. That's a miss.
That's supposed to say pike.
It's a Simapike.
Yes.
It's a curved curved
It's
pike.
like a naginata.
Oh yeah, true.
Okay, that's not the right macro for it. Regardless, it missed anyway. So I'll check why the macro didn't work. Why that's the wrong macro. It's fine.
Okay.
You hear like a loud shout, kind of like goblin shout, but I mean, it's incomprehensible to you. Ah!
Fair enough.
It sounds like they're very confused. Like not all the goblins know what's going on yet.
I see.
It's just a misunderstanding in the kitchen, really. Nothing to worry about.
I'm obviously attracted to the loud noise, but
Yeah.
feeling a bit more confused. It's just something. Because
Would Vicus know if his powers work on the undead?
there's no reason they shouldn't.
Okay. Well, he will attempt. Let's see.
It's a bit of an odd thing, but they kind of have minds in the same way insects kind of have minds.
It's true. So this one here has a reach weapon, right? Do these ones have one, or they have scimitars?
The other ones have scimitars or other kind of broken blades.
Gotcha.
Same purpose. Like most of them don't have reach.
Yeah. Right. Well, he wants to get a sneak attack, so he'll throw a blade at Goblin Slasher 6 here. For a 10. Jeez. I assume that's a miss.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then he'll throw the other one then. For an 11. What is with these rolls today? Then he will, I guess, slink back a step here. Because that's all he can do. So he's done.
Lunges forward. And this one kind of lashes out with one of its bony claws at the king.
Okay.
You're good, right? You're good? Yeah, you're good.
Hit me with your best shot, foul skeleton. That's a miss.
You. Nope, nothing happened. You. Nothing. You. Nothing important. Ah, this is Green Goblin. Well, now he has reinforcements. Clearly now is the time to fight.
Clearly.
From a safe distance. Like, behind all these skeletons.
Clearly.
Plank at the king.
The hit. 5 damage. Damage. 5. Do we have the temp hit points from Lady Eliza?
No, you don't have the 10 hit points from Lady Eliza running, you wouldn't.
Okay. 5 it is.
Not until you've spent hit dice on a short rest.
Sure.
Poor king is wounded.
That's fine.
Just a flash round.
Tis but a flesh wound.
Zeros.
Well, I see a golden opportunity.
I think a shatter right here.
Yeah, exactly, right there. It's just gonna be like that. No, it's gonna be a bit further south. Do we want the slasher dead or the skeleton? They do sort of similar stuff, really.
They seem to do very similar stuff.
Okay. You know what? No, we will slide it over this way. So Ceres will probably have to actually come over here to cast this. But we'll do a shatter there.
Blammo.
Or roll on the damage. But,
Yeah, it's kind of.
you know, 2 of them failed. And it's still half on a success.
Nice.
And how far was that? Enough for me to step back.
Wise decision.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. Nice and easy.
Is that?
Yes, it is I. The king can take a few more punches.
Oh yes.
So Seth spins around and looks at the spikeman, and at his hand appears a icy dagger that he will throw at the skeleton pikeman.
Oh my.
So 13 to hit it first.
13 will miss the pikeman.
Okay. Then the pikeman, the slasher, and the skeleton chain has to make me DC 13 dex save, or take 12 cold damage. Save for half.
On a miss. Okay.
So only skeleton takes the full 12 cold damage, and others take 6.
Really good. That's a really good spell.
Yeah, it's pretty handy.
Useful.
I think I saw a video that said that it's a war crime, an ice knife.
This is
War crime.
So, you know, I can see it. All right. Where does it seem to be most noise coming from? Like over here or over here?
There's a lot of noise coming from this room over here.
Yep. Amenas will indicate to Zed and says, "I will block the door," and he will move like around here. And he will try to smash. Should I go for the slasher or the skeleton?
Skeleton.
All right, I'll smash at the skeleton. Come on, flail! Don't fail me now. Aha!
Ooh.
6
Bludgeoning
bludgeoning
damage.
damage. Yes, and I will actually. Oh, he's vulnerable. Oh, I see.
Bludgeoning, man.
Yes, I knew having a flare was a good idea.
Yeah.
Will I smite him just to get rid of him? It seems a bit of waste.
I mean,
Save it.
Alright, I'll save it for now.
the skeleton boss?
Yes, from the skeleton boss. Yeah.
The 3-arm skeleton.
Well, hopefully we can just kick off the skeleton. Pretty weak. I'll just heal myself 5 hit points from lay on hands.
Do. It's kind of rude to shoot over your friend's head like this with a bow, but yeah, I can shoot the goblin instead. Beacon.
Sounds good.
I mean, he shouldn't. No.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, the back line really showing its courage back there.
Yeah.
Starting doing its work.
Goblin's not happy.
I will take my.
I'm sure they can't move like that anymore.
I mean, he can. I will just attack him.
I would
No.
definitely.
No, it'll just. Who hurt it? Technically, Zed hurt it.
I mean,
Zed?
Technically,
guess.
miss.
Attack!
Oh God!
Disadvantage though.
Oh, thank God.
One of them got disadvantage, the other one doesn't.
yeah.
That's true.
Sad.
It's fine.
should have picked defensive style. Damn it.
You will now pay for your hubris.
That's right. My lack of foresight.
You'll pay for your hubris with skeleton.
Oh, actually.
With skeleton.
Okay.
Are you concentrating?
Yeah, I still have the punch of the chest going on.
The skeleton will also attack you.
No.
Skeletal pikeman, I'm afraid you are dead. Right, one moment, just checking something. You hear an odd noise for a moment? Sees all of you. I'm gonna take a pot shot at Amanus.
Does it have a minus for
You cover.
sort of? All right. Oh, he like hits the door or something.
Flee back into the room.
Good idea.
Screaming at the top of his lungs.
Of course.
From this direction now. Amas can also get a bow shot. Which, yeah, no.
Oh, that was That was ah.
Tried.
He did. One thing you can say is that he tried.
There are seemingly goblins pouring out of every crevice.
Yeah, I can see that now. Right. Well. Oh, Vicus will step here, and oh god, he gets crushed under a corpse. Wait, hold on.
You know this happens sometimes.
How do I like switch to the underneath? For reference, like if I want to target the underneath tokens, or
I can't exactly remember how you do it. I know there is a way. I can't remember how.
that's fine. I just won't do it next time. He'll fire a blade at the goblin slasher as he passes. 17 for 9. What is
Kind of mean of you.
Guess not. All right, and he'll throw the other one at the skeleton there. Bonus action for 14. Probably miss.
I will hit.
Oh, then he will sneak attack for extra 3. Oh, he's dead.
Hooray.
Yeah, well, might as well use it anyway. Then he will step here and take out his dagger and just wait here by the like his back up against the wall near the doorway here. That'll be him.
Dead. You hear scuttling in the other room.
What room? Uh-huh, uh-huh.
There was also one over here.
However you wish to proceed.
I mean, that's a wonderful question, really, isn't it? How
And
to
well put.
proceed? Because it's just plain unfortunate. Yeah, you know, what we'll do is we will. Sorry, excuse me, Zed. Excuse me. Okay, come here. Wonder if I can see anything through the door, but I doubt it.
500 goblins already actioned.
Yeah.
Make-
Yeah.
What's your passive perception?
12.
Don't see anything.
Okay.
Not from there. You hear things, can't see anything.
Alright. I shall trust in my king's presence here
Mm-hmm.
and will prepare a firebolt to any gobbo or skeleton I see.
Okay.
Now, it would use up a spell slot, but as it's a cantrip, I can't. Yeah. That's fine.
I shall use my action to summon my fiendish giant spider next to me.
Oh, Jesus Christ, what is that? Oh my God!
As it turns out, Ceres has arachnophobia.
And runs
This has a-
screaming into the goblin ambush.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chet takes his totem in his span and pulls the globe in there as the spider appears. And then the spider will act and move
know,
into the room as commanded.
I think that all the goblins will have to take a fear check immediately when they see that thing coming bursting through the door.
He's a medium creature. also.
I would like shit myself and then have a heart attack if that came through a door.
So spider moves in.
Yep.
Odor.
Goblins themselves have raid actions.
Ah.
They had planned an ambush for you.
Yeah, it's fiendish. A fiendish giant spider. Be the meat shield that you are, or carapace shield that you are.
No.
That's just a bucket of filling. That one's also a bucket of filling.
Yeah.
Oh, fiendish, fayish spider, you are awesome.
Let me just check how much movement I used. Okay. So the spiders will move here and then give help action against Goblin Slasher 1 for the king.
Okay.
Setting the king up with a fiendish spider that is ready to pounce when the king comes out from the door. That's my turn.
Well, Amonas appreciates the clever move said performed here. He will take advantage as he moves in and swings the flail into Goblin Slasher One's face with the intent of murderating him.
You had advantage on this.
18 for 7 damage.
The 7 damage. Does it matter which one?
Slasher 1 is the one I hit. Yep. So the flail smacked in the face. And that is my turn.
And this is awkward. You can kind of see, not very well. The enemy will have cover, but she'll take a shot anyway. Cover doesn't matter. It's a solid hit on number 4 there. You're dead. You're dead. Screams loudly at the top of its lungs, seeing the giant spider. Shoots a bow at the giant.
That hits the spider.
And proceeds to immediately run this way.
I would too. Get one shot off and they just run screaming out of there. Jesus Christ, it's a spider! It's huge!
This one's going to flail at the spider. Possibly successful failing.
Both are hit.
It doesn't hit on the spider.
It only have AC of 11, and it vanishes.
Oh, the spider!
It did its job.
It sure did. Very, very good.
Crickets. Vicus,
Yes.
leaping out of the darkness.
Aha. Those. Oh, first one is a hit. Yes.
The second one, thankfully, is clumsy, so.
Yes, I was about to say ouch, but yeah. All right,
Came from behind.
it's fine.
Way to left.
When do you get your like dodge to take less damage thing?
4.
Next level.
We are level 4.
Wait,
Is it 4 or is it 5, actually?
I don't think. I think it's 5. Let me check.
Also, you
Is
can have
this-
short sword.
Yeah, uncanny dodge is 5th. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's another 4. Ouch.
Goblins don't like Vicus.
Yeah, they don't. Fortunately though, he can get out. He will bonus action disengage, or cunning action rather. Then he will get the hell out of that situation. Into the door where he sees this slasher here beside the king, and he will attempt to hit him. Slasher 1 for 20, and he'll sneak attack. So 14 total.
I mean, it's kind of mean.
Yeah, but his friend slasher me was kind of mean too, so I feel it's karmic retribution. That was all his movement, so he's kind of stuck here now. But that's where he'll stay.
Stab!
Yeah, that is certainly a hit on the first one, so damage.
The slashers at least are semi-proficient at what they do.
Yeah, they seem pretty good at this.
They slash.
Slice and dice. He's walking away.
Yes.
Alright. Oh. That's a miss, probably.
It does miss.
Yes.
He nimbly avoids you.
Stupid slasher new nimbleness.
Okay. Okay. Let's. Just be sensible about this, I think. Which of these two gobos looks the most like? Are either of them look hurt?
They both look fine.
Both look fine. Then yeah, I think. I think we're just gonna take a step back and then firebolt them. Let's pick the slasher to firebolt. 16?
Oh, against the slasher.
Yeah.
That is indeed a hit.
Nice.
As he flails around, seemingly very afraid of the fire.
Well, that's good.
Zed?
Let's see how he would deal with the ice as I throw another ice knife at him.
War
So-
crime incoming.
No, it doesn't hit, but dex save from the slasher and the Goblin 12. DC 13. Uh, 5 cold damage and half if saved.
Well, all my targets kind of ran away from me. Never mind. We'll walk here. Go to here. Actually, I'll go here. Just be blocking the door a bit more. I'll go here and I will activate my Necrotic Shroud. So creatures within a burst 10 from me, which is these two goblins, will have to do a charisma saving throw, DC 14, or be frightened. As the darkness just coalesces and spools, just dripping from Ammonite as he walks closer to these things. The wings sort of, stretching out. Well, if they save, they are frightened. Or I think a minute? No, a round, I think. I think the racial one is the weaker.
2 green goblins are both afraid of you.
Alright, that's fair enough. I'll take it. That is my action, so I can't I had it here, right? Yes, I did. There we go. 14. I forgot to update the Mac. But yeah, I'm transformed for a minute. While I'm transformed, I will do bonus necrotic damage on all my attacks, as the darkness sort of coalesce and spools around my weapons and infect all wounds I inflict during this time. And that is my turn.
I don't know how comfortable that could be.
Necrotic damage does seem to be the worst damage. I have to say.
You also hear a lot of noise from outside. It seems your actions have very much stirred up the goblins. They realize something's going on. They're not sure what, but something bad's in there. They realize we'll take a shot at Goblin Slasher. I mean, Goblin Slasher, you just got hit with a greatsword. Goodbye.
I start blasting.
Yep.
Goblin runs away. Scared stab?
Sure, he has disadvantage. Miss. Then I will attack him. Runs away. That's also a miss. Man,
Still runs away though.
rolling so many 3s and 4s is really depressing.
Yes.
I was muted, my bad. Well, King has taken care of that, so he will walk in here, take a peek
I'll walk in here.
around the
You only
corner.
see him hit the Goblin Slasher, though you notice something outside.
Uh,
You can see it looks like a lot of the goblins have come down from the walls.
Aha.
okay.
And to say the least, you can see a few peeking outside.
Okay. Well, I see. Well, he'll take care of what he can see first. Goblin Slash there is just sitting pretty. So maybe he'll kill it if he can. It's 11, and then an 18 for 7.
I mean, the second attack will hit.
Yes. I don't have any sync attack though, but that'll do. So he went 1, 2, 3. 5, 6. Yeah, he can get back, and then he'll basically say, how many were outside? Like 2, 4, 6, around 8, or how many roughly? 7 or 8, I guess.
7.
Yeah,
A bunch.
he'll basically inform that there are a lot more outside coming in, or at least out there. Not sure if they're coming in yet.
Perfectly fine. Rather fight them in here than out there.
Hmm.
So now I'll go hide again. Ceres,
Hmm.
the door next to you opens.
Oh, hi there, friend.
Sees you right there, blinks.
Lightning bolt.
I wish. I wish.
Stabs at Ceres with sword. Looks like misses them.
Yeah, I mean, that misses. That misses. Good time.
Ceres, there's a goblin that was at the door.
I'm just checking. Because I had this. I have a scroll that I did put what it was, but I can't find the note for what it was. And I don't know why.
Fireball.
Oh, it was fireball, right?
Yes. From the cleric, or the inquisitors in the jail. There was a scroll fireball.
Okay. That's what I thought it was.
You're correct.
That's very useful. And I'm just gonna
Yes.
check.
Scroll of explosion.
So a scroll. Can meta magic be used upon it?
I don't think so. I do not believe you can.
I don't know if I think goblins are worth a fireball, since you only have one.
So I think in the way the meta magic works, you can use it when you cast a spell, correct? And
Yeah.
I think using a scroll lets you cast a spell. So I think it works, but again, that could be incorrect. So if Dark says no, then I guess we'll go with that. That's fine.
Yeah.
Now quickly double check what it says in the metamagic section.
Keep in mind that Fireball is a higher level spell that you can cast, so you have to make a spell casting
Spellcast
ability
check, yes. Yeah. So what does your quicken say exactly on the conditions?
So for quickened, it says when you cast a spell that has a casting time of 1 action, you can spend 2 sorcery points to change the casting time to 1 bonus action for this casting.
Okay. I think scrolls let you cast the spell on it without material components, but otherwise you're casting it. You use your
Yeah, do you want,
stats.
yeah, okay, no, I'll go with it. If you wanted to metamagic the scroll, you could. Reading through what both the scroll and metamagic sections say.
Because I'm just thinking, I mean, yeah, fireball is pretty big just for some goblins.
You'll hit like max 4 goblins maybe, and goblins are
Yeah. No,
they
you're
are-
right.
It's a good idea in case they decide to cluster up, but it's nice to basically
It's
get
nice to know that I have it.
know that you can. Yeah.
Yeah. No, for now, what I will do, because I have double checked on the wording for how quickened works. and like how you casting extra spells or like more than one spell works. But yeah, I'm gonna do it this way. So first things first, I'm going to cast Witch Bolt at the Green Goblin, just a first level thing. But I will do it with Quickened, so it's a bonus action. So I think a 12 misses. That's an awful roll. And then for my normal action, because if you cast a spell with a bonus action, you can only cast a cantrip with an action.
Yep.
I will cast Firebolt at the goblin in front of me. And will roll equally as terribly.
Equally, you're in melee when trying to cast ranged spells at people.
Disadvantage, I suppose, yeah. But
It's not a thing in 5e.
Huh? Is it?
You can cast spells normally in melee.
I thought you got disadvantage for casting ranged spells though in melee.
No, it's only ranged attacks, like, but spells.
Well,
I
they were
don't.
ranged attack spells though.
Oh yeah, ranged. Yeah, no, yeah, you're correct. Ranged attack spells, yes. They
Either
still
way.
get the disadvantage in melee. Yeah.
they miss regardless.
Yeah.
No, run away though. Feel free to.
Because I can't, you know, it's unfortunate.
You can't move. Are you?
Yeah,
Goblin
I mean,
has a knife stab if you want.
you can take 4 damage instead. As I phase step
Isn't
away.
that bonus action?
It is a bonus action, yeah.
You only
You
cast
know,
spells. You can't teleport.
I'll take it. I've got ways of not taking damage from stupid gobbos. I will stay here.
Really quickly.
Actually, I'll step here. What? So there's a little bit more room.
Goblin will get you there. Well. Zed.
Guess I'm gonna take this door now and attack the goblin. And with my scimitar. No. That's my turn.
Zed.
Yes.
You
Could
can
you?
see something. Standing outside in what appears to be, what probably was once a shrine to the Allmaker, now clearly covered in goblin stuff. You can see, all the way out in the distance, the shaman.
Right. I give quick
And a couple of
description.
guns.
Quick description where the shaman is. Do you want me to Rahal move away?
I think it's best, but it's up to you. I have a
Yeah.
halberd, so I can attack like past.
I will stay. Still. Yes.
All right.
If they come from the other door, you can keep it up.
Well, all of his enemies having fled, Amonas will move up here. As he does, he'll switch to his halberd, and then he'll sort of pokey poke the green goblin there. Now that he has some reach.
Going on the offensive, I see.
Yeah. So we'll do this, and there's extra damage if I hit. 14, does that hit?
It does not.
Yeah, it's a miss.
Little buggers. Arrow also misses. This one will shoot at Zed.
No.
Because
I mean, let's just throw through Zed here at Goblin 10. 24. For 9, he'll sneak attack 8. So 17.
Finally, one of us can
Uh,
hit something.
His bonus blade will go to the goblin right behind him for 19 for 7. Solid rolls here. Brilliant. He'll step back 1 to increase in space, and that'll be that for him. Whoa.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Ah!
It's bad. I'm not good at crowd clearing at all. Like I'm good at like a big meaty target. That's my thing here. I'm an elite killer. Like massive amounts of tiny little things is really annoying for
Hmm. Most of my stuff so far is more skill based, unfortunately. So
That's fine. We're relatively safe up here.
you say
Yeah, we can-
that until they start blasting this place with spells, perhaps.
Oh, we'll see.
It's fine. We have a fireball at our sleeve.
Yeah, we need to just wait them to punch up a little bit.
Well,
I am also not prepared for like AoE stuff
The,
today.
the Goblin Shaman looks kind of desperate, seeing two people just suddenly die. And starts loudly chanting something onto the altar. You can see some kind of strange necrotic magic starting to form around him. As this goblin comes charging in from the front door, aiming straight at Ceres.
Yeah, I'll shield that.
As the goblin runs face first into a shield. Just bong. There's a goblin in your face again.
There is a goblin.
Like dirt and grime.
It's nasty.
And oh, he stinks. When was the last time he took a buff?
It is disgusting. So the tower that is over to our west,
Yes.
is there like a slightly elevated point to it? Like the top of the tower where, you know, presumably archers would be able to shoot down from?
Not on these towers.
No?
Not really. They're just more protected rooms at the top. They don't go up any higher than they are here.
Oh, okay.
You can enter inside them, but they don't go up any higher.
That's it.
is the roof flat on it?
No, the roofs are kind of like conical.
Hmm.
Could I stand on it if I like teleported up to it?
You could face step and totally stand on the roof, yes.
Oh.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna provoke.
Only take the first attack because you can't double attack on.
Yeah. Miss. Then I'll face step on top of the roof.
And all the goblins suddenly blink, looking at the target on the roof.
And then I will use my double sorcerer power to darkness the darkness my robes, so it follows me if I move.
Right.
So basically, now I think it's that one. Basically, like a blob of darkness that I can see through. It's a sphere. For sure. I don't know if it's that one or if it's.
Just assume this would go like that. Make it easy.
But yeah, so I'm in darkness I can see out of, but they cannot see into. That's my turn. Ready to start blasting.
No one's in range. Ah! You hear the clattering of footsteps from behind. This goblin aims his bow up at the tower, suddenly just darkness.
Yep. It's a really good ability, that one. Just
Yeah,
enemy
right.
can't see me.
I can't. You can't see me, but guess what?
He takes action to shoot an arrow into the darkness, but he completely just aims at the wrong square. Run!
And the beautiful thing is now I've got like a big old corridor of targets.
Right, good. Let's see. Yeah, I can go take care of the skeleton. Leave this door for you two. It's not long. Should I get a bonus action spell? Yeah, I think this calls for needing these people down in faster space. So as I move, Seth will put his scimitar wave and then speak a command word as a bonus action. As he speak for the spirits of wildfire. Spirits of wildfire, hear my fury and borrow me your blades of blaze, as I cast flaming blade on myself. And then with an action, I shall attack this skeleton with a flaming blade.
I don't want to be attacked.
15,
We hit the skeleton.
11 points of fire damage.
Ah. You sure you don't want to reconsider that damage? No? Okay.
No. That is my turn.
Sure. And pew pew at the Amanus. You get this tiny arrow sticking out of your shin.
It's for sure.
Was it me?
Yep.
Mhm. It was
Goblin
you.
peeking. They might regret their decision later, but they're goblins. This one's going to dash up here.
Does the Awareness fear effect when he triggers it, or
It
Untriggered.
is on trigger only.
Okay. Just
But the
making
extra
sure.
damage is ongoing.
Okay.
Yeah, the extra damage is ongoing. So I'm still the pools of darkness and everything is just still around. Well then. Now that everyone is here, it's time to start killing. He will switch over to the greatsword. That's his free like interaction, item interaction that I think I have, and then I will use my bonus action to cast Shield of Faith on myself, giving me that hot 19 AC. And then I will swing with my greatsword. All of these are unhurt, right?
They're all unhurt, yes.
Right. Then I will swing with my greatsword at Slasher 7. That is a crit. I think just sending him into to 6th edition. Just Well, you can also add an additional 8 necrotic damage on top of that because the one, just melts him into the floor. So
Or doubling the
basically,
credit, or not before doubling the credit.
so basically, Amina just does like a wicked slash, like darkness streaming behind his blade. Like the cut goes through the goblin, and then the dark flames just burns him and just melts him into a puddle on the floor. And the dark is still like pulling out the eyes. He looks to the slash next to him and is like, "You're next." Lady Eliza backs the fuck off.
Or support of an arrow.
Alright.
And misses the slasher.
Those slashers, man. Goodness.
Why is there a giant dark bubble?
Pay no attention to the giant dark bubble.
There's nothing.
This is not the dark bubble you're looking for.
In fairness, I mean, it's dark, right? You said that we got here after, or like at sunset, after sunset.
There's absolute clips of pure black on top of the tower.
Yeah, you know.
It's just an ill omen.
It's just
from
real
the
weird.
heavens. Yeah.
As blood and darkness and goblin screams like fly out of the kitchen. You can hear him as, "Stop the ritual!" As he's like buried with goblins, like, "Oh!" Fighting furiously to hold them back.
The cover of this place. Because lots of targets.
It's what they call a target-rich environment.
Yes.
Well, as a man with many knives, he should be able to get to town, hopefully.
That is
With
what
the
they
green
say
goblin.
of Vickers. He is a man of many knives.
Yep, that's the story.
Do they add the hitting about to the down part also?
As many
Okay.
points can stick into many people.
Well, speaking of points to stick into goblins, Vickers is in a very good position. This is a shooting gallery for him, and the king is taking all the aggro so
Yes.
far. But the question is, who should he go for? Probably the slasher. So, first blade in the slasher to his left. That's a miss. He'll go again. 13.
That's a miss.
All right. Well,
I suspect we need 16 to hit them.
gosh, I'd love to hit a 16. I just
I
need to
know,
roll
right?
average.
That's the
know, right?
problem.
Just rolling a 10 is like a
Just
struggle
rolling
for
a
us.
10 is a struggle. But
Help.
that's fine.
Send
Um,
help.
I think to avoid like them pushing further in, should I engage in melee?
It's fine. I'm sturdy. I'm holding them quite.
All right, he'll stick like this. So even if they try and stream past to like Eliza, he'll still get a hit in. Take out his dagger and hold it.
Might want to move here just to be like a further step back so they can't
Like
reach
this?
it as easily, maybe.
Well, they
Or
could get
just
to.
reach it there.
But then they
yeah.
can get to. Well, no, you still get an opportunity from you, I guess. So,
Not
sure.
if they go here. I wouldn't. You would need to go but one more back for me to be opportunity attacking them if they stream past.
Like this.
Yeah.
But then that defeats the point. Oh, whatever. Sure, I'll stand here.
But like this way, they can only attack me.
Sure, yeah. They have bows though, right?
Oh, yeah, but they have a disadvantage if they shoot when they're next to me here. But
Yeah.
if they leave, I'm gonna get opportunity attacks. So
All right. That's it for Vicus.
Nope.
A goblin just go inside for a nap or something?
He's not up for this. Some of them are rather intimidated at the moment. Hi, Zed.
Two attacks.
Yes.
Jesus. Well, first one is a miss, but second was a hit.
Which are hit of the dirty pike. But you finish off before you didn't get to see how you didn't get to see his true power.
my true power.
Zed,
Yes.
you see the goblin trying to sneak past you.
I will hit it if it goes out of my area.
It's going to try leaving your reach.
Well, burn.
Oh yeah, that is.
Try sneaking past, but it doesn't. Yeah.
The flaming blade cuts his head off.
Eris, what you see from your rooftop view is suddenly just a huge ball of black flame appear inside the shrine. As you see the goblins start to laugh maniacally.
That sounds good.
Nice, yeah.
He's happy.
And suddenly you see bones start pulling themselves together and flesh starting to regrow around something.
Alright, I'm gonna stop that. Yeah.
Oh god.
As what you see rise
Rise.
is the most horrific thing this goblin can think of. An undead warhorse.
A
Oh
salad.
no.
Okay.
This
That-
is not the blue horse.
That is a freaky ass horse. Holy crap.
I'm liking these oh gosh, braid. I'm liking these token outlines. Borders. There we go. There we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hmm.
They're cool.
I think the
Yeah.
Goblin Shaman has like a motherboard for his. I don't know how to feel about like the high tech goblin wizard. Well,
Horse
now that-
to kind of rises to its undead feet. Almost like a black flame surrounding it.
black flame. That seems like a Smythe worthy target.
Bramble jam. Oh, God.
Shaman unfortunately, couldn't do anything else that turn. He doesn't have to complete his ritual.
Right.
Sasha, I mean, if this guy here insists on being a target.
Insist. Miss.
Oh, you've got Shield of Faith running, so even the second attack misses.
The
That
second.
is correct.
Mhm.
Am I missing something?
Shield
Shield
of
of
Faith.
Faith.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah. Okay. That makes more
Um,
sense.
Okay, so I think just focusing down the shaman would be good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone's spells.
Maybe the thing goes out of control or something if it dies.
That's
Well,
what I'm
it's a
thinking.
some conjuration.
Yeah, presumably he is summoning that thing. So
Right,
Maybe,
that's
who
what I'm
knows?
thinking. I don't think
Yeah.
he's like perma summoned it here, right?
No
and very
idea.
quick. Like
I
that
imagine the
usually takes a ritual, but
skeletons.
But I think aiming for him is a good idea regardless.
Yeah, definitely.
you're in a prime position and he can't hit your back. So I mean,
I'm in a wonderful position right here. Yeah.
I think
But-
that move you just did like demonstrated how incredibly powerful this particular sorcerer variant is. It's just
Yo, yeah.
find a hide spot, darkness around yourself, and then go.
But I want to hit the demon horse as well, just in case, you know, just
Oh.
in case. So here's the last of my shatters.
Nice.
Awful damage roll, or whatever. It's high damage for a firebolt, so worth it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So con saves for the undead horse and the Goblin Shaman. The horse does well, I presumed as much, but Goblin Shaman takes all of it.
Also, out of curiosity, does anything like that can break in there, like stone, crystal, metal, or anything altar-wise, just gets like
That's fair.
shattered?
Yeah.
A lot part of what was left of the Radiant Altar also shatters.
Oh, good.
Well, you
I-
know, it was probably corrupted for necromantic things, so it's
Oh,
probably
yeah,
good.
I broke your altar.
Needed redecorating anyway. I mean,
Rebuild it in
Traveling
your image later.
it's gonna be an altar to myself.
Good. Yay.
Again, gosh.
My old one got lost in the whole,
Uh,
The betrayal.
top 10 D&D betrayals.
Try clawing at Zed.
Bones. Oh gosh,
You didn't crit at least.
Not yet.
that bone skeleton is as good at hitting things as I am. That's kind of depressing.
Well, you know.
No.
Go the mouth skeleton slashes at Zed.
Yeah. I keep the spell.
Nice. Good work.
Goes and begins to advance in then. Yeah. What is that thing that was just summoned? Nope. Nothing more terrifying to a goblin than an undead horse.
Mhm.
Zed.
I'm gonna pop a second level cure wounds on myself.
Sounds wise.
I think that's a pertinent choice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Little wound.
Come on, spirit, take your resentment away. No.
No, the spirits are like, ugh.
Ugh, don't want to do
You
that.
offered me earlier, that brain was stale.
You're not a life cleric. We're not going to do any healing.
God damn it. I guess
If only you were a cleric. The spirits whisper. Judgmental spirits.
And it's an action to drink a potion too, right?
Glug glug. Go ahead.
What?
Yeah, good.
Hello?
Want to drink your potion? Drink your potion. Go ahead.
Yeah, but this is an action or bonus action.
Bonus action to drink your own, action to give to someone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, then I will drink also my own potion. This goddamn spirit.
Yeah, they are. You need to have a talk with these guys later.
Potion anything if you need to roll, press that. But
Yeah, let me
Control it.
just check. Yep. Okay, done. Much better.
those are high quality potions come from the Inquisition.
Sister Leona, she.
Yeah, that was her potions actually. Yeah, which good potions. In fairness, she is basically a life cleric, so
Clearly she knows what she's doing. We should definitely commission.
Yeah, that's my turn. That's full on healing.
Surround this metal man. Stab him.
Oh, well, that is definitely a hit. Good
They
lord.
did surround him. They did stab him.
Well, that is 20 points of damage. Ouch.
No, it's not 20. It's 12 because it's the crit damage
That's
is already the
just,
whole.
yeah.
Oh, okay, well,
Don't worry, it's
some
not
of
that
it-
bad.
it's like every time I have my shield running, they start critting. It's really. I don't even have this. Concentration.
It's all trying to get away from your allies.
It's
Yeah.
true. I mean, I'm better at crit me than anyone else. I keep the spell, so that's good.
Oh, Jesus.
Goblin,
Jesus.
are you in the way?
There's a lot of them here.
Goblin, you're in the way. Skeleton just dashes, I suppose, to get past.
Fair.
Stupid goblin.
I need to do some crowd control here, I'm afraid. So
Please.
I
AoE in this
am,
room.
yes, I am going to lay my hands on myself, healing, and then I'm going to channel my divinity into a conquering aura. So yes.
First.
Up. Alright, so Conquering Aura blasts out from me 30, a burst 30 in all directions.
Let's hit all of them there.
Yes, all enemies must take a wisdom saving throw DC 14 or become frightened for 1 minute.
Is that wisdom you said?
Yes, DC 14.
I'm seeing only 2 passes.
Alright. Frightened for 1 minute. They have disadvantage on all attacks. And they cannot approach me. They cannot move closer to me. Which
Well,
in
that
this
just
case
crit-
also makes it possible, to block so they don't go into the soft backlines here.
funny enough, one of the ones that succeeded,
Yes.
the one who just crit.
Yes.
Turns out he doesn't get a challenge. He just stabbed you in your squishy backside.
Yes. Well, basically, Amalas raises his sword to this guy, the flames and the wings, and he's like, back to the abyss that spawned you, and just commands them to stop and not approach.
Whether Liza would draw her blade and try to take out the skeleton next to her. Not as effective.
No.
Screen will begin to move. As a horse does. Quickly. Nobly.
Nobly?
Or a rampage, actually, at this point.
There you go.
As suddenly you guys just hear a very loud crashing noise from the door below.
Oh, good.
As Anna, a brief witness to see what appears to be an undead warhorse in like barding charging him.
He looks at it and he's like, yes, I was born for this moment. This is clearly a foe for me.
You're close. None of you are close enough to it for anything to trigger, so that's it. That's not good. Run. Goblin run.
All right, then I will slash at him. From Hell's Heart, I stab at the goblin. 18?
He tumbles down the stairs outside.
Yeah, just lashed out the door.
get out bounce. This one knows he's gonna like peek around the corner, try to shoot an arrow up. Does not even aim for the right square.
Well, I think these skeletons are probably the most dangerous things around here, right?
Yeah, they're pretty bad.
I mean, ignoring the warhorse.
Yeah. In my immediate vicinity. So he's gonna try and get rid of this bony skeleton here. Zed is nearby, and Eliza. So please think attack if needed. 24, which is not crit, but it's sizable.
It's a hit though.
I can't remember. Do I need to decide if I sync attack before damage? Let's see.
I think you think that comes for the first attack you have an advantage on.
Once per turn, you can deal an extra 1d6 damage to one creature you hit with an attack if you have.
Do you want to do an extra d6?
Just be safe. Let's do it. So 12. There we go. Right. So these frightened ones, they just have disadvantage on attacking. They don't. I don't have advantage against them. Or
Do not have advantage against them. They have disadvantage.
all right. Let's clear the way to the top of the left here in case we need to like abscond from this building. So he will let's see. Yeah, he'll engage with this goblin here and use his bonus action to slash it. As a crit for 9 psychic.
Nice.
Wonderful. All right, that was how much movement? 10. So 15, 20, 25. He will let's see, that's a pikeman. So this guy has reach, right? Add this pikeman here.
Yes.
Okay.
The skeleton pikeman would.
Yeah, so if I move out here, he can opportunity, right? Or can he? No, I'm still in his reach, right?
No.
I'll straddle the door here and keep an eye outside, see what's going on, because... Yep. Yeah, he'll stay here. That'll be him.
At this point, there's going to be a slight interrupt. Vox and Frayne is going to do something.
I see.
As Vox and Frayne is going to activate Trample
Oh dear.
as a legendary action. If the macro actually work, it may not. Because of course you won't activate because you're done macro. Perfect. As he just suddenly just barrels on through.
Hmm.
Oh,
Oh Jesus Christ!
can he fit out there?
Running a lap. Yes, he can.
Oh shit! I thought he couldn't.
Yes, but you know.
Yeah.
That's not the issue. It does slow him down a bit. He can't quite travel as far as he'd want to.
Sure. Dex save though, so hopefully should be fine for him.
All creatures of this path, including all of these skeletons. Does not exist.
Save. Yeah, I'm fine. At least it's
7.
necrotic.
Yep, I'll take half.
No, you take the full.
No, I take half. I'm resistant to necrotic.
Oh yeah, I thought you meant about your save. Sorry. Well, that helped us more than it hindered.
Yeah.
It's what happens when you animate a mad, like, undead horse.
A bit more movement. We'll go over that.
All right.
Horse doesn't like the front entrance anymore.
No.
There's just a massive horse-shaped hole where Vickers is standing.
It's like a cartoon.
Yeah, there's a mad raging undead warhorse in there, so have fun.
Yeah, I want to get out of there.
Well, the skeleton pike doesn't know any better. He'll stab with his dirty pike.
Jesus fucking god.
Pike, man.
Oh,
Apparently they hurt.
Certainly piking.
yeah, I'm at 0.
Well, and the good news,
It did have disadvantage, so a 13 shouldn't have hit you.
Oh, yeah.
yes, that is correct, technically. Because it is afraid, so.
So still standing.
Yeah, that's definitely better than down. So
And that thing's around the corner.
Oh, I actually have to also to.
It's
I do keep the spell.
somehow.
Hey.
Warcaster. Advantage.
The skeleton is very confused with what just happened. It can't approach, though, because that would be. Yeah, I guess it can't. I mean, that wouldn't be getting any closer, technically.
True, he's not closer, I suppose. He's skirting.
He certainly couldn't come into the room, though. It's like, Vicus? No. This goblin is just cackling.
Very amused by himself.
Just cackling wildly at his mad antics. Clearly, he's the best mage in the world. He doesn't see any problem with what he's just did.
It's a pretty impressive summon, I gotta say. Maybe he should be our court wizard.
I mean, with summons like that, I'm sure he might even do better than your sorcerer.
I haven't seen her summon an undead, eternally evil horse.
You know what? My king's wish.
Need more.
Goblin Shaman just go attack my side from up there, so maybe he'll just hide over here. And he'll win. Much better. Furious slashing. That's two notes.
No, that's it's nothing.
It worked there, though.
I don't know.
Yeah, has it? Ceres?
Goblin Shaman just going on holiday, or
He's currently kind of hiding behind the shrine, so you can't just pelt. He's hoping you can't just pelt him.
can I just pelt him?
I mean, he's got cover.
Put down a lawn chair. He's having a drink.
Well,
Ah.
so I wanted to check because I want to do things right. But apparently in the player's handbook it does say, under the unseen attackers and targets, when a creature can't see you, you have advantage on attack rolls against it.
Ah.
Called it before as well.
So I'm gonna start blasting that shaman.
Doesn't mean he can't hide behind the shrine.
You know, cover is only what, +2 to AC?
Yes.
+2 if it's a half cover and +5 if it's a 3/4 cover.
Qualifiers, but the point is you've got advantage. It's effectively a +5 bonus.
Exactly. Well, they describe 3/4 cover as like an arrow slit. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, advantage 25. It's better. 26, but don't have any first level spells that actually go that far.
I can try and go for him. Just a skeleton in my way.
Did you hear the galloping corner.
Might need your help with the death horse. I'm not sure.
Well, I'm hoping killing the shaman might get rid of it,
That's what I'm betting on. Yeah.
or at least mitigate it.
Bonus action to pop another potion. I have these, so might as well use these. These potions are fucking great. I love them.
Good work, potion.
It sounds like you might need a potion making priest on stuff.
Yes. Let me just keep track of how many potions I've used. There we go. And I shall attack the pikeman. The pikeman, yes. 15?
It is a hit.
Oh, 17 points of fire damage.
Yeah.
Yes. Then has a move.
Are you ready for something?
I shall move. I
I
guess
suggest
there.
move in a way that you can actually get out of here
Yeah.
next turn, because this is a bad place to be.
Amanith?
Yes. Well, as this goblin clearly needs to die. We will attempt that. Well, no, can't hit. I'll drink a potion as a bonus action.
Realize we'll take a shot at the goblin slasher. Oh, goblins are dead.
Hey. Oh, can I also move? Like I would like to move like here.
The horse is going.
Well, I kind of want to make it more difficult for him to just run us all over, pretty much.
You don't want him to re-trample again.
Exactly.
Smashing his way through here. Though, and as I say smashes through, it also looks like he almost partially moves through the wall to a degree. Part of him, at least.
I'm gonna shout like a challenge as he enters, be like, "Fight me, foul creature!" No, it doesn't care. Oh well, it was worth it.
He will spend a action to execute the goblin behind it.
Execute the goblin.
This person discovery information. No.
And now it will proceed to attack Lady Eliza. Whoops, not trample.
Charge!
It can't use trample again right now. Why does every single macro for this horse seem to be broken when I first opened it?
Yeah, it does that sometimes.
The annoying thing is I know they work because I've used them before.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Ow. That's a lot of damage. Ooh. That's 2 hooves to the face.
That's a lot of hooves.
8 plus... What is that? It's 8 plus 14?
22.
That's not good for a health buff.
Well, hopefully she will disengage on her turn.
Thankfully, she does have the potion that Vicus gave her, so
That's true.
for this very exact reason. So on her next turn, she can use it if she wishes.
Oh wait, sorry, no. 8 plus 20 plus then there's the extra 7 damage because of the it was the special.
Oh, is she down? Oh, God, what the hell? Uh,
Nice.
It is a very, very angry warhorse.
All I know is the horse will have a hard time getting up here.
But you didn't know it can also fly.
Oh my
If
god.
it moves fast enough, it'll start floating. What's the word?
I mean, it can try to destroy the tower.
Well,
Might
I mean,
take
you
me-
still have darkness on herself, so he'd be running into like darkness. So
Yeah.
good luck with that.
Nor does it know to do that. I'm just gonna peek again. Aim at another random square. No. He's trying. Eventually he'll find the right square.
I just love this image of a goblin standing at the base of darkness and just randomly shooting.
And then ducking behind her.
Yeah.
What else to do? He doesn't want to go in there. That place is scary. Because
What should I do?
Get out of there, man. Flee into the darkness.
before the next target.
Well,
could-
the whole strategy hinges on whether the shaman is like actually keeping this, or we just need to kill it anyway. I don't know. So
I don't know.
how about Vickers might have a sec to think about it.
I was literally gonna ask the same thing. As if Ceres... I mean, Ceres saw the ending of the ritual, right? Maybe she would know.
It's
Maybe.
the end of the ritual. If she would like to roll me an Arcana, she can.
24.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Ceres would indeed conclude that this is technically only here as a summon, though while it's not concentration, if a shaman falls unconscious or dies, it will disappear.
Yeah, I figured.
Oh,
All
get
right.
conscious. Sleep him.
Yeah,
Oh.
I will suddenly use sleep on him. The spell I
You
held. No.
You don't have it. Right. Well, I need to get down there and take care of him. I assume you guys can take care of Eliza? Question mark. In there.
I have still a few heals to go. Yes.
All right. Get her up. She can run out.
Was it-
Disengage.
Well,
Whatever.
after that big speech, Eliza suddenly die.
And I do act before the horse, so that's good.
Yeah. Perfect. Damn skeletons in my way. Is there any way to get past him? I can't walk through him, right?
You can bonus action disengage.
Yeah, but then I only get one attack on the. Well, the problem then is how I get down because
I mean,
he's
you
still
just leap.
blocking the stairs.
Leap on the edge and walk.
How far down is it of a leap?
It's like 15 feet.
Isn't that falling though? And if I take damage, don't I fall prone? Aren't they the rules? 5e.
Yes.
Uh,
If you take
you-
damage
So-
on fall, then you fall
Fall.
prone.
I can
you
do
can-
acrobatics though, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you can do
Alright.
acrobatics to attempt to reduce the damage of the fall.
Alright, I'll do that then. He'll disengage and basically hop over this railing here.
Oh.
And jump down here. I guess I'll roll a check. Dex. Athletics. That's pretty bad.
Pretty bad.
Fortunately, kind of trips, doing a jump over the edge. Take 3 damage.
Yeah, I fall prone.
I mean, you can still use half of your movement to get up.
Yeah.
Well, I used 15 to get down here, so
So,
I
you are finished.
stand up. Yeah.
Does it cost any movement to fall?
No, you
No,
only use.
no, it's
No,
it's
no,
force
no. I
movement.
moved 10, and then moving down here is 5 because I
Alright.
moved out the railing.
Then fell.
Yes, strictly speaking.
Yeah. And he's just out of my reach. Well, I'll get up anyway, but then I can't move.
Yeah, I mean, get up just because if he comes to you, then you have he has advantage on you. So.
Yeah.
Actually, technically use dash, I suppose.
The problem here is that he can actually see you, so he will probably start casting a lot of spells on you, and we can't really help you out.
Well, there's nothing they can do about that now. So I'll have to figure something out. Let's see.
You could
Run
dash.
into the
Oh,
darkness.
I'm an idiot. I should have used my roll thing on my check. Well, it's too late now. It's after. Damn it, I'm an idiot. Can you see anyone like? So is this just like what is this? Building or
See where the stables would be.
okay? So actually, from here, the shaman can't actually see me then. If I'm like,
Not from where we're currently standing, no.
can I use my action then to hide?
Yes.
Okay,
Actually, for most, the bony skeleton might still be able to see you, but
that's fine. Just from the shaman himself, just for this turn. I will use a sneak roll. What is it again? Dex. Okay. 21. And that'll be him.
peek inside. Completely oblivious to the fact that it's just deep over an edge. Ready in action in case he sees someone. Body skeleton kind of looks over the edge. Skeleton walks up and just slashes a claw at you.
Fair enough. That hits for sure. It's 8. Wait, is it still frightened?
Yeah, it's fried for a minute, so
So is disadvantage, right?
Resistance.
Well, isn't frightened while the source is within line of sight? So no, he shouldn't be because you're still in the building.
Yeah.
it does need to see me.
So
Yeah,
not.
so not. So yeah, I'll take the damage then.
Yay! Trying to
Wait,
figure out
what? Wait a minute. What? Oh, maybe I didn't click on myself. There we go.
Now, important question.
Yeah.
Can you shoot magic missiles at? Can you shoot magic missiles at Ceres even if they can't see it?
You need to
No,
see
you need
the
a
target.
target for a targeted spell. So if you can't see her, then no, you can't guess.
Really inconvenient.
Range.
Yeah, so in Magic
Since it's
Missile it
not
says
a-
each dart
Yeah.
hits a creature of your choice that you can see within range.
He's going to
Yeah.
dash into the building to try and get away from Ceres.
Ha 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 ha.
God damn it.
He thinks he can get away.
Well, that just means you guys can get him easier, so whatever. It works.
Yes. Like you being out there is crowd controlling them because the goblins don't know what to do about you.
Yeah. I mean, so, what distance is the roof from, like, the wall? Or, like, can she,
Or
like,
I'm saying
step...
if you wanted to jump down.
Yeah, it's just, like, step off it, basically.
I'm not sure exactly how far it is, but you could safely kind of go down. It would cost 10 foot of movement, but you could get down safely.
Okay, cost 10 foot, so, like, 20 foot, 25, so... And then once more onto here, and the darkness shifts with me as well.
I had to delete it to move it.
Yeah. And I think from here... Let's see, can I draw a line from one corner, one of his? In fact, I can actually draw it right into the middle of him. I think that's how we judge if we can.
I mean, you
Shoot.
see him probably.
Yeah.
He has some cover, but you can see him.
Cover is fine when you have advantage.
True.
So I'm going to firebolt him. Wow,
Nice.
that damage. Oh.
Hey, it adds up. It adds up. Oh, this fucking skeleton.
There's an undead warhorse in front of you. Oh, what's Isaac doing? Healing spell, I presume. No, not take 7 damage. There we go. You're muted, by the way, Isaac, if you're talking.
Oh, sorry. Should I pop another potion?
Killing yourself up then, are we?
Yeah,
mean-
I think so. The horse is
The horse is pretty scary.
Yes. And I don't think that shaman is going to die anytime soon. He's not blooded.
Yeah, another potion. Bad potion.
You're only getting plinked for very low amounts of damage so far. So.
This must be the Inquisition potion. Must be the Inquisition potion.
Never a time to smite something. Giant horse is not a bad thing to smite.
No, it's not. Well, it's time to go into tank mode here. So, switch from the great sword back to the flail and shield. See if we can survive his potential onslaught. Try to. We shall try to smack him. Yes, that is what we shall do. 8.
Does not hit.
No, I don't think I've rolled over 10 more than like once or twice on a regular attack. Yeah, that's it.
Engage time. Sounds like it's just a stand up check. He would have been prone after falling unconscious.
Yeah, so half of movement to stand up.
End up. Disengage. Stumble to here, drink potion. He looks back to Amnes.
Yeah, come at me, bro.
Fine, he will.
All right. With
Can't-
1 AC, let's see if it helps.
He can't definitely hooves again this turn, sadly. But he can you know, he'll lunge forward with his like bony skeletal teeth.
That's a hit.
So he'll then rear up, getting ready to hoof again next turn.
Yes. Yeah. No.
You've decided to make your challenge known to it.
Yep. Yeah. That's what I want.
Staring you down. This goblin will now take another pot shot into the darkness that just moved. Trying to but missed. Then proceed to try and move this way to get away. See, Vickers there. Can't do anything about Vickers. Vickers.
Oh, what a dumb position to have been in.
But you can attack them from the rear.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect to fall flat on my face, but this is real life, so let's work with what we got.
Your protege wasn't made to see you fall.
Yeah. Is there like these stairs here? Are they all like stone all the way up? There's no like way to get underneath them or anything. Like
Yeah,
say
there's no, yeah,
here.
no way you can climb under them.
That's fine. I guess I'll just have to fight my way out. All right, let's start attacking the skeleton here. So the first one is 14. It's probably a miss.
That was a hit.
Oh, okay,
Funny one hit.
great. Question is the goblin there. He'll that's through. Hmm.
Or Vegas can go hide.
No, he'll have to. He doesn't really have much other choice. Yeah. He's gonna use his bonus action to drink a potion.
Go ahead,
Let's see here. Healing 7. That's it, really. He'll go like. What would be better? He'll stay here.
Hey.
Thankfully, that's a
Goblin
miss.
just kind of like flies past with a knife out and just kind of keeps moving.
Yeah.
What do the shaman do? Flee, that's what.
You can just kind of. Can he see from there? He one corner to one corner could see. So kind of poke his red head around the corner. She can see Eliza. Mm-hmm. Toll the dead. I need to make me a wisdom saving throw. Oh, so she takes, ironically, less necrotic damage because she's injured. Ow.
I mean, yeah, Vicus is there getting shot at, so let's just make sure there's no more cover that I have to deal with. Are either of these goblins hurt?
No, they've been cowards who chose not to go inside.
Okay. Number 9. Firebolt.
Nice. Good damage too.
Yeah, almost max damage.
Well, this made my
And here's the horse.
is Eliza planning to run away to outside to get away from the other combat?
She doesn't plan to run away entirely, but she plans to get further away.
Okay, then I shall go and aid the king. Move here,
She'll probably
see
move.
the shaman, and cut it with my flaming blade.
Nice.
That's so close.
So close. I would have been
I
something.
mean, yeah,
Ah!
that is my turn.
Now that's the question. Should I barrel towards the shaman to try to kill it?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yes,
You would
because
take a like of opportunity from it.
I would. I'll drink a potion as a minor action. Just, you know, increase my chances of surviving. These are good potions.
you got the good stuff there, man.
Move out here, provoke. That is a miss, and then we shall smack this goblin. Come on, flail, don't fail me. It failed again.
Damn flail. Treason.
That's it.
Isaac can try like a shot, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
It's a lot of cover, but maybe.
I mean, anyone would attempt that shot. It's got cover, yes.
Yes.
Shoot and run away.
Do you go for broke?
Go for broke.
One drop wind magic,
Yes.
calling forth from those who came before to protect her land and protect her people.
Fumbles.
Ooh.
Yeah, you know.
Not the best damage, but
Good enough.
it's 21. Those goblins got some cover. Goblin cast shield.
Oh. Oh no! Damn it. Oh wait, no. It's on his turn, right? Oh, he's after. Alright.
And Light will proceed to run away then.
Yeah, good idea.
Well, Vox.
Trample your shaman. Kill yourself.
Or the human. Elf. Well, did I get asthma? He doesn't know the difference. And the elf's closer. Deathly hooves!
Oh shit.
Oh.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
That's a very down. Oh, actually, that's a very down Zed.
It's a
Yeah.
lot of damage.
First hit's 11. Second hit's 12. Plus an additional bonus damage. As Anna's just sees completely
That's my Jojo.
Does the extra necrotic?
Anna's just not death saves, is what you're wondering.
Well, it's just if it's a separate damage source, then it has to be another. It has to be a death save.
A death save, yeah.
No,
But if
it
it's
gets added on to the last attack.
okay, so if it's
Okay.
added on, then it doesn't count. Yeah.
I need to count still.
Fox and Fetty will then just stand on top of him as he kind of snarls.
Oh, how much HP I had, because it actually matters.
For what purpose?
No, it's only
If
if
I go-
you get it in one hit that it matters.
Yeah.
No, if I go over my total HP, I die permanently.
Yeah, in one
No,
hit.
no, in one hit, but any instance of damage while you're down just gives you an insta fail. It doesn't add to
Yeah.
your damage, like your minus.
Yeah.
That wasn't enough there to kill you. I did check that.
Yeah. It's
Okay,
only
good.
when you initially go unconscious. It's not like while you're down, you take
Yeah.
additional minus.
So the exact wording is when damage reduces you to 0 hit points and there is damage remaining, you die if the remaining damage equals or exceeds your hit point maximum. So you'd have had to have
Okay,
another
yeah.
27. So
It was close. It is in 20s, but.
Yeah, you're fine.
so to outright kill you, it has to force fails from now on,
Yeah.
basically.
Vickers will dash and take an opportunity from this goblin here.
The chaos happening inside of the horse.
Finish the mission.
His shield, I don't know, we'll see. That's a miss, thankfully, with his new AC. 5, 10, 15. Does he need to dash, actually? Let me check. 5. Oh, God, where was I? Fuck, I'll go back.
No, that's what you were.
Yeah, I can't see him from here. Alright, he'll dash. Yeah, he'll go here, and he'll swipe at the shaman. Please. 19. I have a shield though. That was probably a
With the
miss.
shield. Yes.
Yeah, god damn it. Oh well. Well, he can't do much while we're up against him like this, I hope. So he'll take out his dagger. Be ready for an opportunity.
This is inconvenient. Shaman? You know, it seems like a good time for. Ah, excellent. Yes, that will definitely save you. That's the shaman's turn.
Okay.
He's not really designed for close combat.
Yeah, I figured.
Oh. Did he... Is he... Probably
The
not.
goblin is killing Lady Eliza.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can get to the shaman anyway. But, yeah, so is this just like...
You can walk through the tower.
I can walk through, can I shoot out the tower if I'm in there?
You can. It's basically arrow slits on all sides.
Okay. Yeah. I'll shoot the gobbo. That's attacking Lady Eliza. It's probably pretty tight, but you know. Alright, I won't.
Miss.
4 and a 3 is not going to do much.
Third.
It's a failure.
That's a failure on the death save. Oh boy. Glorious King.
I will try to hit this Goblin Shaman.
I
Surely
believe
at
in
some
you.
point. Yeah, surely at some point I will hit, right?
You can do it.
Nope.
Not right now, though. That's the point is not right now.
Let's go to the bathroom or something. And I'll be back.
Well, you might take damage, so.
This isn't the great. Now I realize got a goblin in her face, and the goblin could actually down her in theory.
Yeah.
Do you have? Ooh, actually, yes, you do have one thing.
If I recall, she had healing spells, right? Too? Or
She does have healing spells, though if she uses the healing spell, of course, she can't actually
attack or do
Mm.
yeah.
she can't really do much else. She does actually have a second one of these though, so she gained one other one earlier. So she'll do that. This is a dangerous situation. She's just going to take the opportunity here.
Yes.
And she's going to try it. She's going to try again what she did before. Goblin hits.
Oof. Making a big sacrifice for us.
You see her health bar out of curiosity.
No, but I assume she's at 1 for the way you asked that.
She's on one hit point, yes.
Jesus.
And hero shot against the shaman.
Oh, please work. Let's give another shield.
He's got another
Bet he-
shield, yeah.
I bet he does. Okay.
Sadly, the shaman just spent his last first level spell slot on healing.
Oh.
Does 13 kill it? That's the question. No.
No. Oh no.
We're
We have to survive.
doomed.
No, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine.
Oh,
She was our only hope.
Got this.
So I can survive one round against the horse, probably. Probably.
Vox and Freen. Last turn with the deadly tramples. You don't have another deadly trample yet. Skeletal teeth.
That's a hit.
Oof.
And then he rears up for us definitely hooves next turn.
Alright, well. Ugh.
The temporary hit points aren't gone either, so he can't steal the life from. He can't annoy him. He can't steal the life from Zed.
All right. Crit.
Yay!
Sneak attack. Crit. So 14, 25, 30, 32.
You too.
Out
Ooh,
of the brain.
that was a great end.
Just eviscerates his entire brain. It just explodes from inside his head or something.
He just suddenly just collapses down into a pile of bones all over the floor.
Vikas has literally run around the entire building with the intent of murdering them and finally caught up to him. Be like, you fuck.
Yeah, well, he stumbled a few times, so.
We don't talk about that.
Well, there's still a goblin at large, so that
That
was
will be
his
the
first
end of
attack.
combat, though, because at this point, it's not a problem now.
All right, fair enough. That works for me. Let's get Zed stable.
Why
at
would
least.
you on her turn do this? Zed.
Well, we did it.
We did, yes.
Yeah.
There are a few remaining goblin stragglers, but to be honest, at this point, they just want to try and run.
Yeah, we'll let them run.
Yeah. Tell their friends.
They won't come back.
This place is a mess. There are multiple.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of property damage, but on the right side, it's now empty of goblins and empty of undead.
And all this free meat we have. We just need to. That was a toughie. But storming keeps usually are.
The scout didn't say anything about the deadly horse.
Deadly horse wasn't here.
I mean, in fairness, you guys attacked through the front gate and it trampled through all of you.
Where is that silly rat?
If it had the chance I'm just saying, if that horse had a chance to trample through all of you at once, that would have been.
Oh,
Yeah, honestly, I'm glad we went that way because if we went through the front, we'd be.
Yeah. Zed will just lay down there on the floor just for an hour, not
The
doing
front-
nothing.
Front would have been rough. Yeah.
Sarah just strides in like.
yeah, he just
Hey,
like
guys.
walks in. How's it going, everybody? Oh God.
Walks into this charnel house.
As everyone else poison, stabs, bludgeons, and necrosis.
Oh, actually, I suppose she would still be able to have darkness up, so it's just a pool of blackness comes into.
Charge darkness, kill it.
Oh, it's you. Okay.
Dad, have you finally come to take me away?
Sweet
see the
release.
Usher, I have some goblins. Please take me away.
My darling wife, I shall soon be with you.
I somehow still have a spell slot as well. Madness.
Still need you yet, old man.
I know.
Welcome to the royal.
You guys have really expanded the graveyard, however. So
Awesome.
You know what? Since Ceres is in such a good shape, she can bury all the bodies.
You know what? They're goblin bodies. They can just be burnt. I don't care.
I
Yeah.
you're all right.
Probably good to burn them since there's necromantic energies around.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah.
Drag around.
firebolt them until they combust.
I also totally forgot we all have an inspiration.
Oh,
from last time.
I knew exactly that we had inspiration because I was looking for
Ah.
advantage.
Should have used that on the.
I already spent mine.
I had mine still. I forgot about it.
Me too. But I still have it then, so I'll use it for some other thing.
Yeah.
Well, I think we'll take a long rest or something in here
It is about sunset. It's not out of the way of you to take a long rest.
because I ain't moving. Gosh, I had 2 spell slots ready to go. I just couldn't hit anything.
Yeah.
I was
Well,
so
if-
ready to smite, but I couldn't hit a single thing.
I felt bad for you though.
You still have your channel divinity instead of your frighten thing, to give you +10 on a strike.
I don't use channel divinity to frighten people.
Yeah, but I'm saying you can do for that too, if you feel that maybe you're not rolling well for some reason.
It's, maybe I don't know. It's the AOE crowd control is very powerful.
It is. It is. I don't
Buys
disagree.
us some time in situations like that. It's
Also-
better than one attack, I think.
I'll give you guys a preview of all the things you've killed so far. That's what the graveyard's looking at right now.
It's
Yeah.
it's
So many goblins. So many. I suddenly changed my after long rest my enrage and reduce spell to animal message and send animal message to the mine to say that the keep is taken. Go find a bird or something.
I think for the moment, we will stop for tonight as all your characters lick their wounds in the
Yeah,
abandoned keep.
I agree.
So close to dying.
Hmm?
God damn it.
yeah, that's rough. I mean,
Should
if
be-
I had hit that goddamn horse, I would have done like 4d8 to it, and like
Yeah.
3d8 of those would have been radiant. And
And
it
I
would
would
be-
tell you, vulnerable to radiant, you very well might have actually just one-shot it with that.
yeah, no, I was raring to go, man. I was ready, but nope. There's no. I think I hit like with a normal attack. I think I hit like twice the entire combat. It's a problem, like because I still only have one attack, and that's all I ever do is attack. So I need level 5 so I can get 2 attacks at least. So I have double the chance to hit something.
I had to rest up Amulet as well, so you can be back on health. But yeah. Thank you for playing, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wasn't sure if you guys would head here today or not. You did.
I know. Need a good base.
I mean, yeah, Fort Giles is now yours.
Hooray!
Raise the banner.
I mean, technically speaking, you've stolen Fort Giles, but that's not the point. It's yours.
Yeah.
No,
You're
no,
right.
no,
You're totally right. We should raise the banner.
no.
I'm looking forward to the future legal law dispute as you claim that Fort Giles is
Yeah, I was going to say.
Oh,
It was
let's not-
abandoned, so find the keepers.
That's not
You
really how it
know,
works.
if that snooty lord comes to me, I'll have a talk with him.
But
What
in
if he
terms
comes
of like
around?
just stuff for next session, I would assume that we would continue on to Vanderheim, right? Just to help Darkness prep and stuff.
Yep,
Most
Alright.
likely,
that's the plan.
which means next time will thankfully be much more social. Probably social.
Mhm.
Time to give enchant abilities to our charisma people, so you can have
That's right.
advantage on your charisma checks.
Exactly. I am
Yeah.
infused with spirits.
Have eagle splendor, my king.
Oh, my splendor is amazing.
It's like an eagle's.
Of course it is.
Such splendor. Awesome. Well, thanks for session, guys. I'm gonna head off.
Likewise,
Bye,
Bye
Swell.
bye. Good night.
you guys take care. Good night.